Hello everyone and welcome to the last edition of We Are Developers Live in this year. We are streaming as always from Talent Garden in Vienna. My name is Sead and I have the pleasure to emceeing this event. Today, as the event name says, we are going to talk about cybersecurity. We will talk about current security challenges for developers. We will talk about everything we need to know about security in the software development lifecycle, also about maturity assessments and OWASP, DevSecOps, and so on and so on. So looking forward very much to this part. I want to say a big thank you to Bosch, who are our partner of the day and make this event possible. So thank you very much. And thanks, also a big thank you to all of you joining us from all around the world for this last edition of WeAreDevelopers Live in 2021. So before we start, as you may already know, we have our World Congress taking place in person in June in 2022. So make sure to check it out, worldcongress.dev. We will have around 200 speakers and a great in-person event after really 2 long years. I think that we all have missed that. So if you haven't secured your spot now, so far, then yeah, take the chance and have a look. Also, you can win a Nintendo Switch on this event landing page where you can see the stream. Just scroll a bit down. You only have to answer a small question and yeah, you will get the chance to win a Nintendo Switch and some other cool small surprises, which could be a good Christmas gift. And yeah, as always, feel also free to engage today with each other. You see the chat, you see the Q&A tool, ask your questions. The speakers will be happy to answer all of your questions in the Q&A sessions. We also have a small code of conduct. Here is a short video. Okay, and with all of that said, it's really a pleasure to announce our first speaker. He holds a PhD from the Technical University in Vienna on the topic of forensics. He's a true security expert. He's heavily engaged in the community and also in topics around automotive security. And he's working at Bosch, and it's a real pleasure to welcome on stage Martin.
Hi, nice to meet you all.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
So tell us, what are we going to learn from you today?
So basically what I'm going to talk about is the specific challenges of automotive environments and in particular how security comes into place, because basically, I mean, stealing a car isn't easy anymore and it shouldn't get any easier. So this is where basically I work.
Okay, there is thousands of YouTube videos out there where basically people are stealing cars in 20 seconds.
Yes, sadly.
Yeah, then let's learn something about it. Good, I would say the stage is yours. Have fun and we'll meet each other again in the Q&A session.
Wonderful, thank you. So what I'm going to talk about basically is cybersecurity in small and large. Who am I? I'm Martin. I work as a security consultant for Bosch Engineering, and I also am part of the product vulnerability and incident response team. What does it mean? If a Bosch product from Bosch Engineering or overall is out in the field and sold, resold, and basically used as expected, and it gets hacked or there are security vulnerabilities identified, I'm part of the team to basically assess what the damage is and what the potential consequences are. And yeah, basically I'm working to remediate the threat to our customers as well as the end users. In particular, the past few days have been rather hectic. You might have noticed the popular Java logging library has a remote code execution vulnerability, which is about as bad as it gets because the library is used tremendously in basically almost everything that is slightly related to Java. So basically that's kind of a pre-Christmas panic before the Christmas holidays start. So my background, IT forensics and digital security, basically switched, but this is what I do during the day. My employer, who is Bosch Engineering, basically we are about 3,000 people worldwide. So might be even more nowadays. Headquarters is in Abstadt near Stuttgart, but I'm located in Vienna, Austria. Right now we have about 120 people in Vienna, but we're looking for people. So this number is expected to rise in the future. We also have 2 commercial subsidiaries, which are both very interesting. We have CVO, which does anything that is not related to roads and is driving. And we have ITK, which is specialized in white box engineering. So basically they work with the customer for the customer, and everything from source code, IP, everything then is handed over to the customer. What do we usually work for in Bosch Engineering? So basically, we do the small series and the small customers. So everything that is a startup in basically anything where Bosch is working is among our customers. And we do serious development for pieces, for one piece up to a few 1,000 prototypes, vehicles, whatever it is. If it's on the road, chances are high that you will know Bosch Engineering as a contractor, more or less. We also do things that go fast, which is interesting because while the vast majority of car manufacturers, they build thousands and thousands of cars every day, and the high performance cars and the supercars, they are usually small series, which means that we have them in our customer portfolio, meaning that if it can go really, really fast, chances are high that the customer is working with us to get a component based on Bosch hardware. We also do custom engineering. So we have rail projects, we have aviation projects, and one of the highlight projects that I put here on the slide is the autonomous excavator. I put it there because basically everybody's talking about autonomous driving, and what Bosch Engineering did was a project on autonomous mining, in a sense that you have a fully autonomous excavator which is able to work 24/7 and work in the mines on different challenges than the humans are. And this is basically a very fascinating project because you have, compared to a road that is rather narrow and you have other participants, you have completely different challenges and obstacles to overcome from an engineering point of view. So what I would like to talk about just a bit today is basically automotive security, the area where I work in. One of the things that is probably one of the first automotive security vulnerabilities in recent history has been a paper in about 10 years ago, kind of exactly 10 years ago. The University of Washington, they published a paper where they were able to basically hack a car remotely over the internet and were able to take full control of the vehicle. What they identified was, for example, and it's depicted here in the picture, that the MP3 parser in the radio had a buffer overflow, meaning they prepared a special MP3 file. They let it play in the vehicle, and by playing it, they were able to exploit this buffer overflow and basically take control over the radio unit. What's even more fascinating is that they also found out that the car had a telematics unit where you could basically just call the telematics unit, and the parser will be exploitable using this call. So you could see here, there's in the picture, there's a MP3 player. I think it's an early iPhone. They are holding the speaker of a headset to the microphone of a telephone system, and they were able to demonstrate that by just calling that car and playing that manipulated MP3 file, they were able to basically compromise the car. So that was basically one of the first academic works in automotive security that gained in particular widespread attention. Nowadays, you can read again and again of ransomware or vulnerabilities affecting IT systems or vehicular systems, but this was one of the very, very first works that gained a lot of media attention. Then there was Black Hat 2015, a very, very successful presentation by Charlie Miller and Chris Walasek. What they were able to demonstrate is that they could connect to Charlie's car over the internet. They identified that the firewall of the car was misconfigured and ports have been reachable from the outside, even though confined to the same cellular network, but in essence, they were able to connect to the car over the internet and send CAN messages or send basically communication messages within the car to activate the windshield wiper, to turn off the engine and things like that. They were able to demonstrate it, and they did so in a very successful YouTube video, which was done with Glenn Greenwald from Wired magazine. The fix in this case was rather easy. So the cellular provider, they blocked incoming connections to all the cars. So that was fixed within, or at least the vulnerability was mitigated within a day or so. But in the end, Jeep had to recall 1.4 million cars into the workshop for a software update. So this is very costly compared to just blocking incoming connections. And usually this is what car manufacturers would like to avoid, which is why they're all pushing now towards automotive updates over the air while the car is not in a workshop. What's currently, as Sead mentioned it, you can find plenty of videos online how a vehicle is stolen today. So many cars have now a wireless key fob, which is basically just like a regular fob, but you do not have to take it out of your pocket or put the key into the ignition. This works wirelessly and passively. So you can just go up to your car, get in, and drive away. The problem with these technology is that it's rather, I wouldn't say insecure, but it's not really secure in a sense that in the video you can see below, two people are getting out of the car. Usually people, when they come home, take their key, drop it next to the entrance of the flat or the house, and you can see them carrying range extension devices, which basically extend the range of the car key, allowing the hackers and the attackers to basically get in the car as the owner would do, start the engine and drive away. One of the nuances of this attack is that once the engine is running, the car will not shut it off due to safety reasons. So even the car detecting that the key isn't present anymore doesn't mean that the car can shut down, because if this happens on the highway while driving very fast, it would be a very bad thing to just turn off the engine, get rid of servo steering, the electrically powered steering, braking. All things are deactivated when the engine is shut off. So this is a bad thing, meaning that the thieves can drive with the car as long as they do not turn it off. Even in local news, there was this picture to the right where there's one of those crude devices which is used to basically extend the range. So you can see it has a thick wire. It doesn't look pretty, but there are sites online where you can get those devices to basically extend the range of luxury cars and drive away with them. Of course, there are countermeasures. So one of the very first things on a Tesla that has been proposed is to put the key in a tin can upon coming home. So basically, instead of dropping the key, you just put it in a tin can, and then the wireless signal is blocked. If I would have bought a new car with a wireless key entry system, then I wouldn't be that happy to pay that much money for a car and then having to put the key into a tin can. Another countermeasure some manufacturers implement or have implemented is a PIN code. So upon starting the car, you have to enter a PIN code similar to your smartphone, which is also not ideal from a security point of view. Some keys contain a motion sensor, meaning that if the key isn't moved and not approaching the car in a way that is detectable by the key, then the wireless signal is shut off. This kind of works, but it's more like it's not a proper mitigation from security point of view. So these attacks work. They work surprisingly well, but there are proper countermeasures that are available, which we will talk about in a second. A similar attack, which was published just last year, Lennart Wouters from Leuven in Belgium, he demonstrated a very powerful attack in that he was able to compromise and steal a Tesla. In particular, he identified that the key of a Tesla has a Bluetooth interface. This could be activated to update the software on the key fob and basically extract one of those unlock tokens, which are stored securely and not usually made to be sent over Bluetooth. But he was able to extract one of those. He was then able to impersonate the token to facilitate the signal to unlock the car. And once he was in the car, he paired a new key using a hardware interface and was able to basically train a new key to the car and drive away. So it's one of those scary attacks where there are no traces left behind except for a software update on the key fob, which is of course not directly visible. And for the car, this just looked like a regular interaction in that the car is unlocked, the car trains a new key, and this key is then used to authenticate the holder of the key and drive away. So very, very powerful attack. He also made a very nice video where the different steps of the attack are shown and discussed. So if you're into these kind of things, make sure to check out the videos on YouTube. What has been published this year is the odometer fraud. So every car or most cars nowadays, they have the mean available to securely store certain things like cryptographic keys. However, not every car also stores the overall mileage driven in that secure storage. So the German ADAC, they published a study where they bought a diagnostic device and online of a certain manufacturer and were then able to manipulate the odometer for a used car. So the scenario is here. If you would like to sell your used car, the illegal mean to get more money is to basically reduce the odometer to suggest that the car is in a better shape than it actually is. So this is illegal. This is not advisable to do. Yet still, this is not from a security point of view, prevented or protected against, which is a bad thing, more or less. And there are still cars available out there in the real world where this kind of hack is doable. So if you're buying a used car, find a way to identify, to get a history of the car to figure out if the odometer has been manipulated. And last example, some completely different motivation for automotive hacking is the tractor hacking, shown here on the right of the slide. Basically, there are plenty of farmers in Europe, in the US, wherever in the world, and one of their problems is if the software in the tractor has a malfunction or isn't working properly, they are losing the time they could be on the field and actually be working, like harvesting, planting, things like that. And for them, this is a real problem, because what they can do then, if the car has an issue, if the tractor, has an issue, they can basically call support. They will send someone out to fix it, or they would have to tow the tractor to the next service station. This takes time, this is expensive, and basically this is time lost that could be used for harvesting or planting things. So basically the picture shows it. These in particular for John Deere tractors, there's a highly active hacking community where people exchange ideas and hacks to basically get the car going again, get the tractor going again, so not to waste precious tractor time to downtimes. One of the other motivation that a hacker can have to basically hack a car is curiosity. So every hacker has a deep curiosity, usually inside, that would like them to understand how things work, and also potentially to manipulate how the car, how the tractor, or whatever it is, to change certain behaviors. And yeah, basically this is the main driver right now for automotive hacking. And surprisingly, one of the best countermeasures to hack a car is that you have to have a car, meaning that if you would like to hack a car of any brand, you would have to have one of those cars in the driveway, and you would have to accept the risk that if you manipulate the software running there, you might break it and it wouldn't be able to drive again. So right now, the best countermeasure for preventing automotive hacking is that basically cars are expensive, and it's not as easy to hack them as, for example, the current Java vulnerability that is abused and used on the internet. So what is ahead of us? Why do I talk about automotive hacking, and why is this interesting? It's not only because this is basically my job, but also because I see some trends that are out there which are visible to see. Many manufacturers and many car vendors, they often talk about the smartphone on wheels, with the emphasis added by myself. It's true, a modern car has a vast majority of computing power, but things of the ecosystem are still missing for having the full smartphone experiences. So many cars nowadays have connectivity. They can go online. They can send telemetry data to a backend, to a dealer, to a workshop to basically do maintenance task ahead of time, which is basically a good thing. But for the full smartphone on wheels experience, things like an app store or open interfaces are still lacking. So in the picture to the left, I would say that a modern car is more like the early Nokia communicator. So this is from a video for a music song, and they were trying to say, hey, I'm sending a text using Excel, which doesn't work. But nonetheless, a modern car is more like the early smartphones. So they have the computing power. They probably can run Excel, but there's not much more available right now. However, things are changing. So to the right, you can see a local news entry basically saying that Bosch in Vienna is looking for 200 developers. Do the math. Developers don't grow on trees. And basically, if you're interested in automotive development, there are right now plenty of changes, possibilities, both in Vienna and in the overall industry. What's also ahead of us is that the overall complexity of car development is increasing tremendously. So right now, a modern car has something like 50 microcontrollers, 100 microcontrollers in there that needs to be programmed and that needs to interact with each other. So, for example, drive-by-wire, if you turn the steering wheel into a direction, this is hardly nowadays a physical connection to the wheels, but instead it's an electric connection and a communication, communicating buses that do the steering on behalf of the user. And if you have now autonomous driving functions like a lane keep assist or I don't know, brake assist, things like that, they too have to talk to the steering to prevent basically bad things to happen from autonomous functionality interacting with the real expected functionality of the different subsystems of a car. So the overall complexity is already very, very high, and it will just keep on increasing, which leads also to changing architectures in the overall communication and computing architecture of a car. We have supply chains issue, so I'm not sure if you followed the news, but car vendors have been troubled by supply chain availability of certain components. You have issues with software updates, so the ideal car has updatable software over the air without the user even noticing, which is basically a good thing. However, this is a really challenging task to do, in particular if you consider that a car has 50 to 100 microcontrollers that would need to be tested and basically examined if a software update could break something. You have wireless interfaces en masse, so every car has 1 to 2 SIM cards in them. You have Bluetooth, you have Wi-Fi, different wireless interfaces that would like to talk to other participants on the internet or to other cars or to pedestrians or whatever it is. Wireless is an increasing complexity driver because it doesn't end at the border of the car. So right now, if a car is parked and it's locked, this is considered to be a safe state because basically it just sits there and waits to be either started or moved or whatever it is, the functionality you would expect is authenticated in a sense that the user has to do it. But with wireless interfaces, these components can run and run and run, even if the car is locked. And this is, of course, an attack surface for all kind of things, because basically there's no need to smash a window. There's no need to cut a wire. Instead, you can just drive up to the car, connect to the wireless network in a worst case, and do all kind of things. Also, an interesting observation that I made, so my background is in IT, the development life cycle of a vehicular system is much, much longer compared to current IT development life cycles. So if you would like to start a car from scratch to build it, it will take you about 3 to 5 years to have all the different components, have them work together, have the car approved by the authorities to be manufacturable, and then sell it basically. So the development timelines also do not stop at the end of the fabrication line, because basically you have additional features that you would like to roll out. You would have different features, convenience features, whatever it is. Once the car is sold, it's no longer the case that software is only updated if needed, but instead, over the lifetime of the car, the customers expect features, updates, as well as security updates, of course. Yeah, and basically plenty of problems that could lead to development issues, both during the development of a car as well as the lifetime of a car. And even though a car is costly in buying it, I would expect it to be usable for many years without having issues caused by software. What is ahead of us? So basically, in my free time, I rebuilt a Land Rover from scratch. You can see it here. This is one of the few cars that is running not a single line of software, and it's a great way to get your head out of the screen and into real doing. Software is otherwise everywhere, so it's it's walking with us in our pockets in smartphones. It is running in the car in multiple microcontrollers and also multiple microprocessors. These microprocessors, they have an operating system running, and yeah, the security challenges just start from there. You have telemetry data, you have connections to backends. Everything needs to be properly secured, both at the interfaces and during transmission. And this gives just a full rainbow of challenges for future vehicular systems. And basically anything that is driving will have software if it doesn't already today. Another challenge, of course, in the future will be autonomous driving. So there are already plenty of companies and car manufacturers that would love to sell a fully autonomous car to customers. The problem with that, and it's depicted with the crash of the Ariane 5 rocket 25 years ago, is that these decisions for autonomous driving, they happen in a fraction of a second. And if there is a real impact on the driver, on people outside of the car, it's better be a good decision without actually harming anyone. So while 25 years ago, the Ariane crashed due to an integer overflow, no one was harmed back then. But if the car is driving on the highway with 130 kilometers, as it's allowed in Austria, then better have proper validation means for your software to actually prevent bad things from happening. Yeah, and all those decisions happen faster than any human can intervene. So if there is a problem, the human is only sitting inside and unable to react in time, which has also been demonstrated again and again, sadly. What's ahead of us also is some kind of new sensors that are not yet mainstream. So right now, modern cars have a radar. They have a front radar, sometimes a back radar. They have ultrasonic sensors to detect close-by movements. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, what is expected to come. So modern sensors like a LiDAR, they are able to basically see the surrounding of the car in a much greater detail grade than existing systems would allow. You have multiple cameras, and basically any camera that is not fully HD nowadays wouldn't survive in the consumer market. And the same chips that are used for smartphone cameras, they could be readily used for vehicular cameras as well. And then you have maybe 6 or 8 or 12 of them surrounding the car, giving a full picture. Basically has a lot of challenges to process them. You have plenty of data, you have machine learning that tries to infer knowledge out of the pictures, and more and more sensor data will be processed on and in the car, and this can lead to all kind of headaches from a security point of view. Lastly, you have HD maps, of course. Instead of having to have a full autonomous car, there are means like an HD map to basically provide the car with as much information beforehand as needed. And V2X communication will also be interesting. So with 5G and also in the near range of the car, cars will start to talk to each other, and they better do it securely in an authenticated way to prevent bad people from doing bad things. I know some mainstream cars that are already driving today, which are equipped with V2X communication interfaces. So in the near future, people will have the possibility to interact wirelessly with nearby cars, and also cars will interact with each other. And basically, there's enough room to give a security or a developer headaches for years to come. What's also an interesting project that is gaining more and more traction is smartphone as a key. So people in many countries can already pay with their smartphone. So you have a small cryptographic secure element embedded in your smartphone, which is able to talk using wireless interfaces. Things like Google Pay, Apple Pay, probably Amazon Pay, I have no idea what else. They are useful to be conducting secure transactions while shopping. And there are many different reasons to extend this for using these interfaces for car key, because basically it's similar protocols that are encrypted and mutually authenticated. And people tend to forget the car key, but they seldomly forget their smartphone. So having the car key in the smartphone will be a very interesting trend to observe in the near future. Also because there has been agreed on an international standard to make this useful and usable across smartphone manufacturers and vehicle operators or manufacturers. So I would estimate that within a few years, it could be feasible to basically arrive in your holiday destination. You get a message on your smartphone saying, hey, your car is parked here, your rental car is parked here. We embedded the key in your smartphone, drive safely. And this will then feel very futuristic, which is really a good thing. What's also interesting from security perspective is the upcoming legislation. So there are 2 upcoming security norms that will be mandatory for car manufacturers and suppliers. And these will basically change the security landscape for automotive environments to some extent, because basically it takes the manufacturers and the component suppliers to the next level in basically being able to provide patches for software components, and also to apply them while the car is still useful and used for end users. not sure if I talk too much, but basically the entire area of automotive security and also automotive development is really challenging, and plenty of opportunities arise for developers to work in that area and also to extend the things that we do today with new and inspiring features. It is definitely lifelong learning. So compared to other, I'm not sure how it compares to other areas of software development, but at least for me and my perception on the area is that things are moving incredibly fast, and they will do so for the near future. If you're interested in automotive security, check out these resources. There's the Car Hacker's Handbook, which is a great introduction how a car operates and what could be done if you connect a notebook with it. There's the Car Hacking Village at DEF CON. They have their own set of talks and also challenges online where you can learn a lot. There's the Automotive Security Research Group, ASRG. They have a web series of, I think right now it's about 90 guest talks on specific topics in automotive security and so forth. So if that to some extent inspires you that this is a very interesting field of work, yeah, it is great. There are plenty of opportunities. And if you have any questions, please fire away. Thanks.
Hey, Martin. Thanks. Thank you very much for the great overview. Very interesting and really a huge area. Like I also see from the comments and from some questions, because there's so much more to come. It's not just, the hardware and, I want to steal a car. It's so much more. So really interesting. Let me just check with what questions and topics we are going to start. Okay, I mean a very maybe a bit technical question, and but let's take this one first. Michael is asking regarding the odometer example that you shown. Couldn't things like manipulation of the odometer be easily resolvable? For example, just sync the car's data with a central database or whatever, and then you can have access if you want to sell it. Or is it also the way how it's done, or?
I don't know any specifics how it is done. There's basically legislation to mandate that this shouldn't be easily doable. But there's so many ways to do it. Basically, if I were to buy a car now, the easiest way is to probably get the check reports from the workshops from the past 5 years, because then usually they have written on the odometer value back then. Of course, you could do all kind of technical solutions. You could have a certification authority which is publicly funded, which takes the odometer values
on the blockchain.
Of course, blockchain. Of course, one of the few areas where I personally would find it very useful. But then again, you would have to protect against malicious entries and things like that. So it's not a technical problem to be solved, but rather a uniform societal problem to solve this.
And then actually let's take this question from I saw something that could be fitting here. Algodat is the name, the nickname. What do you think about double standards and security depending on the region? I think it refers to one of your last slides where you could actually see that in the US there is maybe some other standards. And I think from the news, and so we also know that they are kind of have more loose standards in terms of security, which is maybe in Europe more conservative, where it's like maybe the one life counts more. So what do you think about that?
So the different world regions, they specifically look what the others are doing. So for example, in China, they have now drafted data protection law for citizens and people within China, which is heavily influenced by the European data protection. And the same is true for automotive regulations. So there are different bodies that draft standards, but the manufacturers of the car, they usually go with the highest security or with the minimum security to be able to drive on all public roads.
Okay,
so
because they want to sell the cars also in all the regions, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's still good to have, even if it's just in one region, let's say in Europe, because it's a big market, to have very high standards.
Yeah, and also there are manufacturers that do not try to sell worldwide, so they just do local regulations and fulfill them, and then just be there and sell the cars there, which is also feasible. So.
Then we had several comments from different users. By the way, thank you so much for being so engaged and asking the questions. It was more about what we saw in the presentation, obviously, was security in the automotive sector, and mostly specifically related to the car itself or handling the car and so on and so on. But obviously, there's so much more. If you think about, you have, let's say, indirectly, you have the apps and web platforms and whatever, which you can use to control the cars. But you also have things like, there was one comment about the motivation slide that you had. So someone said, like, it's not only about the car, it's also, for example, about data privacy, because when you think about the cameras, microphones, whatever is there, maybe people just hack the car to get some data and use it for some totally other different use cases.
Yeah, absolutely. So, absolutely. And it's also manufacturer specific. The vehicular focus for my work is mostly because Bosch is one of the largest part manufacturer for vehicular OEMs. So there are many cars that drive around with a Bosch component inside. And that's why my daily business is very component focused. But of course, if you take it to the next level on a vehicular level or on a vehicular fleet, you can do all kind of interesting things, for example, with the cameras. So it would be technically doable to take a camera car, patch this software into 500 cars and have them drive around to have a Google Street View on steroids, basically.
Or just have the camera picture from, I don't know, like the passengers or whatever, because there is also cars you have, like these cameras inside for different reasons and so on.
So, and this again gives data protection challenges. So,
absolutely. And then connected to that, actually, a good question by Leo42. Who is actually responsible for the security topics? Because there's so many different areas and parts and platforms, as you mentioned it. There is like on the component based on the vehicle, on data privacy, the whole apps. Is it the car manufacturer? Is it who is actually responsible? How can someone from the outside world, let's say a developer who is interested to work in this area, like where to start?
So most responsibility lies with the manufacturer, of course. So if you buy a Volkswagen, BMW, whatever it is, you as an end user have the contract with the manufacturer, which is, for example, BMW. Then you have the different suppliers. You have everything from the hardware parts, from the software parts, from the cloud backend, whatever it is. It all comes together, and it's usually handled by the manufacturer. But I don't see why this might not change in the future. So a modern startup might come up and say, hey, we take your car telemetry, we put it into our backend, we do maintenance on it. It gives a whole new layer for business models, and there are crazy ideas out there which are discussed and which are basically feasible with the technology we have today, which is really interesting.
But it is a big topic. I mean, it also makes sense when you said like it's up to 5 years you need like kind of in the life cycle to develop something.
And even more. So if I buy a new car and it stops working after 5 years, I'd be pissed.
That's true. Then maybe a general question, as you mentioned, anyways, like the possibilities for developers in this industry. Like, what are some common roles? Like, I mean, you are from your background, you hold a PhD in forensics, which I think is now not what you use at your current role. But what is it like? What are some common roles that basically are usual?
So common roles are very hardware related. So at least in Vienna, we have plenty of developers which do microcontroller programming and optimizations. But it doesn't end there. Bosch is a worldwide company. We have dependencies in more than 100 countries. We have backend developers as well as data engineer, data scientists. We have artificial intelligence departments, and basically everything that runs software in the usage of a modern car is doable for working there. So and the basically the full rainbow is expanding into all different development activities. So
okay, thank you very much. And then let's take a last one because we're running a bit short of time. Yeah, let's take this one from David. Do you know what car reached the highest level of autonomy so far? Because you also said that you also work on autonomous driving and so on. So maybe you have some ideas.
So I'm not following it closely. So I know of some manufacturers that drive around in fully autonomous mode. Many of them are in the US because the legislation is favorable there. And yeah, basically just search online. I won't name any specifics because that wouldn't be fair to the others. But there are numerous companies out there that manage fully autonomous driving with different settings. So some use cameras, some use cameras with lidars and radars, and
there's this kind of stages, right? Like how is it called?
Yes.
There's this maybe for the audience. You could explain it.
Yeah, so there are 5 levels of autonomy. This is defined by one of the standardization bodies that do basically they define the highest level of autonomy is level 5, and level 5 also includes, for example, reaction to events that are outside of the norm. So if you're driving on the highway and there happens to be an elephant in the way, then level 5 cars should be able to handle this, and they should handle it better than level 3 cars, for examul. So
and I think like the usual thing is now like level 3 or so, 3-ish, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So there is no production nothing production ready for level 5. Still.
It's different for closed circuit things like manufacturing plants. They have autonomous robots that drive around and they don't need the driver. But on public roads, I would say level 3 is right now the thing you can get. But it's definitely going towards the more advanced levels in the future.
Okay, perfect. So maybe just to repeat, Martin, what is the best way for the audience to reach out to you if they have other questions? Or
find me on Twitter. I'm not sure if you will share the slides or if you will put the recording online, but basically Twitter is the best way. Find me there and drop me a message.
Perfect. Martin, you have been a wonderful guest. It has been a pleasure to have you again as a speaker. I hope to see you next year again at some other events also. Wish you all the best in the holidays. Merry Christmas, good year, good new year. And thanks again.
See ya. Bye.
See you. Bye. Okay, so we took a bit more of the time, but it was super interesting. And sorry if we couldn't answer all the questions. But as I said, feel free to reach out to Martin on Twitter. And we are now going into a very short break, just 5 minutes, and then we are going into our next session. See you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's a pleasure to announce our next speaker. He has been working as obviously a developer, but also as a security officer, a sysadmin. He is a university lecturer for IT security, and he is a security consultant at SBA Research for the topics penetration testing, training, and threat modeling. A regular conference speaker at many, many different events, and it's a real pleasure to welcome Mathias on stage.
Hi, everyone. Thanks.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Looking forward to the talk.
Good to hear. Do you want to tell us a bit up front, like what are we going to learn from you?
We're going to talk about OWASP SAMM, which is a software development maturity model, which sounds extremely boring to an engineer like me, or sounded extremely boring until a couple of months or years ago. And I want to take you on a journey what it is about and why it is actually a pretty cool tool, even for hardcore engineers who are not that much into organizational stuff usually.
Okay, that sounds very interesting. So let's see how to make this topic cool again. Have a lot of fun. See you again in the Q&A session.
Okay, thank you.
Stage is yours.
So, hello everyone, welcome to my talk about maturity assessment for engineers, or how I learned to love OWASP SAMM. Who am I? My name is Matthias Tausig. I'm currently working as an IT security consultant at SBA Research, doing a lot of different consultancy stuff, a lot of penetration testing, a lot of lectures and courses. I'm doing secure development lifecycle consultancies, cloud security, threat modeling, and other stuff. But I have not always done security consultancy. In the past, I have had quite a lot of different jobs in different areas in the IT world. I've worked as a developer, as a sysadmin, as a security officer, and this is quite important. And why I'm mentioning here, because I want to take you on a little journey how I arrived at actually liking something like a software development maturity model. And this breadth of experience is also quite relevant for something like doing a SAMM assessment, because you really need to know about a lot of areas in the software development world to actually get a good grip here. Yeah. Before we start, a little advertisement for my employer. SBA Research is the largest non-university research center for IT security in Austria, and we're also having a great wing of professional services, which is where I'm working. And if you ever need help with your IT security, if you need a penetration test or a security audit or assistance with your development lifecycle, please send us an email and call us. We also have a meetup group with regular security-related meetups, usually here locally in Vienna, but those days most of the times online, unfortunately. So I already mentioned that I'm coming from a strong engineering background. I've always liked to get my hands dirty. I like to code. I like to install and configure a server. I like to configure a network. I like to be really in the loop and know how things work and do them myself. And when I started consulting, I mean, doing a web app pen test is something that really was something that I really enjoyed. But then early on, colleagues already tried to talk me into helping them with secure development lifecycle audits. And to be honest, at this point in time, the name itself already sounded so boring to me that I always declined it completely and tried to have as little to do as possible with all that stuff, because I simply had no real grip on it, what it actually meant, and I had no idea what I should do. I mean, you know probably some nice buzzwords like shift left, and then you're seeing one of those graphs which tell you that you should invest in your development lifecycle because shifting left means finding bugs earlier, and this is a lot cheaper. Yeah, it's not something that you can deny. It's very easily understandable and defendable, but it's still somehow hard to really grip and to know what you should really do with it, and that is why I tried to avoid it most of the time. But then as the time progressed and I've seen more and more systems in my consultancy role, I started to get a little bit curious, and I started to see problems where I understood that it might actually be a good idea to not just look at the final results of the errors in the course of a pen test, but rather to look at a more systemic level, because actually, something is wrong with a lot of development processes, and you're just seeing it, and you're just seeing the symptoms when you're doing a pen test, but you always get the feeling that that you cannot really properly fix those issues on that level, and this is a problem. Because what I came to understand at this point was that secure development or developing secure products and secure coding are not really the same thing. Secure coding is awesome. It's incredibly important. Secure coding tells you how to program an application which is not vulnerable to an SQL injection or to cross-site scripting, which is totally necessary, of course, but it's just not the whole picture. You can have a room full of awesome developers who have perfect secure coding skills, but they will still be able to produce a totally insecure product simply because their development lifecycle is not up to the task. And this is what you're realizing when you're seeing assessing a lot of real world applications. A few examples where this difference becomes easily visible, and one of the things that we're seeing most commonly are vulnerabilities in third-party libraries. So when you're developing a kind of modern web application, then you usually have some dependency manager like pip or npm or maven or whatever, and this pulls in a lot of dependencies and dependencies of dependencies and the dependencies of dependencies and dependencies. So when you're doing a modern single page application and just creating an empty project, you usually already have a few hundred JavaScript dependencies in it. And this can lead to very severe vulnerabilities in your application, which have nothing to do with the security of your actual code. And the problem here is usually something like undefined responsibilities between developers and operations, because both of them somehow rely on the other end to fix this problem. It usually has to do with missing automation, so you don't really automatically get notified about vulnerabilities in your dependencies. You're not checking them during building or deployment, because as I said, undefined responsibilities, dev thinks the ops are doing it and the other way around. And the result is that you will have a known vulnerability in a third-party library, your application goes live, it goes unnoticed, and you will have a huge problem. The Equifax breach from 2 years ago or so is one of the most famous examples of a security breach that happened because of a vulnerable third-party library. Yeah, and so the result will probably be that your internet-facing application will get exploited, and the OWASP has taken note of this problem. Back in 2017, they added using components with known vulnerabilities to their top 10 list of most common web application vulnerabilities. But it's not a coding problem, it's actually a problem in your development lifecycle. Or another example of vulnerabilities found too late, because very often you have very skilled developers in your team, but you don't have a proper planning phase. You don't include security in the planning phase. So for instance, you don't do any threat modeling, you don't do any security architecture review, you just have a few functional requirements, and your developers are coding it, and you have a great application, but you forgot to do a threat modeling, and you don't have any security requirements. So those requirements, even if they are probably understood to be somehow implicit, won't be part of the problem, and your application will again probably be vulnerable, and they will only be found if you're doing a penetration test in the end, just before going live. And now fixing those vulnerabilities will be very, very, very expensive, and definitely a lot more expensive than if you had found them upfront in the course of a threat modeling process. So it was kind of at this point that I got the secure development lifecycle enlightenment or so. I understood, or I accepted that taking time to understand what a secure development lifecycle is does make sense. Does make sense for me to understand security or holistic security more properly, but also makes sense for our customers, for companies developing software. It's nice to get this epiphany, to understand that something needs to be done, but still it's quite hard to get your hands dirty with these things, because as I said, you had like this shift left slide that I've shown you before, or then you're seeing a slide like this in some material where what is a secure development process, with again nice buzzwords: consider security earlier, empower developers. All of this sounds nice, but it's still hard for an engineer to really get a grip on it and to know what to actually do. Because at some point you're coming to a question, and the question is, ask yourself or ask a customer, how secure is your software development process currently? How should you answer this question? This is an extremely important question, as I came to realize, but it's also a question that is fundamentally hard to answer, because how secure is a process? Yes, is it secure? Yes, no, maybe, very much, not at all. I have no idea. Please don't ask me. And so we need to find a way to actually answer this question in order to improve, because if we cannot assess the quality of our status quo, if we cannot assess where we are at this point in time and where our problems lie, then we won't be able to properly improve. And this is exactly where OWASP SAMM comes in. OWASP SAMM is short for the Software Assurance Maturity Model. And what it is it is a set of interview questions across all the relevant domains of software development and of operating software as well. And it will give you granular scores in all its domains and areas. And it will give you proposals and activities that help you improve. So basically the process is quite simple. You're talking to a team, can be your own team, can be somebody else. And SAMM tells you what you should talk about with the team, and then helps you with creating a roadmap for improving your security. And this is actually quite fun and interesting as I came to learn. I will show you how the SAMM model is built. So we have the SAMM model version 2 here, the software assurance lifecycle. We're only talking about version 2, which is the current version. The lifecycle is split into 5 so-called business functions, spreading across the whole domain of software development. We're starting on the left-hand side with governance, which is about compliance, policy, and that stuff. Then we're going to the design part, so architecture, threat modeling, and that stuff. Then we have implementation, which is about building the software, deploying the software, verification, testing our software, understanding if what we have done is actually what we wanted to do. And finally, the operations business function, which is about running your software and handling incidents and other problems. Then each of those business functions is split into 3 so-called security practices. In the case of implementation, you have secure build, secure deployment, and defect management. And then again, each of those security practices consists of 2 so-called streams, which is a little bit unfortunate naming in my opinion, because the name of stream and also that the picture you see somehow suggests that that the areas on the stream A on the left-hand side and those in the stream B on the right-hand side somehow belong together in a linear fashion, but this is absolutely not the case. It's just an under topic of the security practices that is called streams. So two streams. In the case of secure build, we have the build process and software dependencies, for instance. And we can still zoom in a little bit more to get more information. So if we look at the status streams of the secure build security practice, then we see that each of these streams is then again containing 3 different maturity levels. This is not really surprising because we're having a maturity model, and we can assign 1 of 3 maturity levels to each of those streams. And we see in the explanation, which is visible on the website of OWASP SAMM, you have the link on the bottom if you want to have a look at it. It's quite good. We have some goals that we need to achieve in order for us to say that we have reached a certain maturity level in one of those activities. And we can even click a little bit further down. So if you have a look at the build process details, then there's another side for each of those maturity levels. And for all of those levels, the model tells you what the benefits of this process are, what are activities that help you reach this maturity level. And then you have a question, a lead question, like in this case, is the build process fully automated? And some quality criteria which helps you to assess how far you have come in reaching this particular maturity level. So we have now zoomed into the largest detail. Now zoom out to the big picture. This is what the whole model looks like. 5 business functions, 3 security practices each, 2 streams each, which is a total of 5 times 3 times 2 is 30 streams with 3 maturity levels. So we have 90 maturity levels, 90 questions to ask ourselves, respectively to ask our teams and to answer and to assess in order to complete an OWASP SAMM assessment. Let's go back to the examples that I've given you at the beginning and differences between secure development and secure coding, and have a look how those problems are represented in the SAMM model. So first, the example with the vulnerable third-party component. This would pop up in the SAMM assessment in multiple areas. First of all, we have the build process and the software dependency stream. Yeah, and this is very much straightforward. Of course, if you have a vulnerable dependency, then this pops up in the build and in this dependency. It should pop up in the deployment area because deployment should not be possible if you have a vulnerable component. It pops up in the verification area on the deep understanding, which is about a penetration test, which is probably where you would find this problem if you're doing it, even if you don't have those scans in the build process already. And if you're not doing that either, it should at least show up in the incident detection, incident response problem. So we already have quite a few streams where this will turn up. Second example, the one with the missing threat model. There are a few quite straightforward areas, like one called threat model, which is of course about this problem. We have a little bit about risk rating here. We have software requirements in the requirements area of the design phase. We have a training section here, which is about having people in your team that know about threat modeling, that know how to perform it, or at least know that it is something that is worthwhile doing, and help you with conducting it. The outcome of the threat modeling, of course, should go into the verification area, because you have to implement the problems and you have to make sure that the controls and the mitigations that you define during the threat model actually make it into your code in the right way. So again, quite a few areas across the board which are relevant for this example. So the activities that you have in the SAMM models are very much interconnected with each other. They are not solitary, they're not standing on their own. There's no linear sequence, so you don't go from top to bottom or from left to right all the time, but they're really interconnected with each other or with a lot of others, all across the board, from right to left, from bottom to top, and a lot of these activities influence each other positively. So, like for example, a classic incident response process, it would start somewhere here with detecting an incident and responding to it, which will lead to activities in the patch and update area, which will perhaps trigger something in the software dependency area and in the build process, and finally it will change something in your requirements specification with regard to supplier security. So what do you get out of such a SAMM assessment? So I've said we have interview questions. We have graded our areas here. I will show you later on how it is actually done. But what do you get out of it? What we get is a table like this with a granular score for each security practice. So we have a score in the governance business function, in the security practice strategy and metrics. We have a score of 0.63, for instance, and the same with policy and compliance, and a little bit more for education and guidance, and so on. What is important is that each activity has the same weight, each stream has the same weight, each level has the same weight, so you don't get more scores for doing something in the maturity level 3 areas than for doing something in the maturity level 1 area. They're also not necessarily dependent on each other. So as you can see here, also in the scoring sample, you can definitely have a score in a higher level without having completed all of the lower levels. This is quite a big difference from other maturity levels that are out there and that are used by some teams, which is quite nice in my opinions. And what it also does not give you, as you can see here, is it does not give you an overall score. You get a score for each security practice, but you don't get an overall grading where you can say my secure development lifecycle has a grading of 21. That's not going to happen, simply because it doesn't make sense, because this is not what the assessment is about. The score is not what you're doing it for. I don't care if my score is 1 or 1.2. What I care about is identifying blind spots, understanding where my problems are, which I may not have been aware of before I made this assessment. And my goal and what I want to get is to get a roadmap of short-term and long-term goals in order to improve. And the scoring just helps me to assess whether my plans for improvement have been successful or not. This is all what the scores are about. I don't care for the absolute values. I only care for the relative values over time within my team. So what you're doing is you're developing a roadmap with usually 2 phases, a short-term phase with about 6 months and a mid-term phase with which is about 1 year after that. And you're stating goals for it and stating goals with regard to improving your score in some of those 30 or 90 different areas. Usually you're starting with the easy wins, so areas where you know you don't have to do quite a lot in order to get a significant score improvement in some areas, and then so really getting the low-hanging fruits done first, and then getting on to the more complicated areas. So how is such an interview done? Basically, there are different settings that you can do. The typical ones is either doing it with an external interviewer, so you would hire a security consultant like myself to conduct a SAMM assessment for your team or for your organization. It can be done on both levels. And they are conducting the interview, they are creating a roadmap for you, and either for you or most of the time rather together with you, and writing a short report about it to help you and to give you suggestions on how to move forward. You can also do a self-assessment, of course. This is very often done in the course of a security champion program. If you have one in your organization, where the security champion or somebody else with a similar role conducts an interview with his own team or with another team within the same organization. There are both of those scenarios make sense. This has a few advantages. It is usually faster because if you're a member of the organization, a member of the team, then you don't have to ask as many questions as I have to ask as an external interviewer. So it's usually faster and a little bit cheaper. It can be done more often because you don't have the hassle of hiring somebody else and finding a date or something. So it's a little bit more low level, but of course external experts are better in detecting blind spots, because if you're not asking questions because you think you know them, then you might not ask the difficult questions, which or not talk about the white elephant in the room. And of course, as an external expert, I have a little bit more experience across organizations, and probably or maybe will be able to give you better recommendations. But both of those settings make sense. Very often, this is done as a middle, something like a middle ground with a guided self-assessment. We have done that a couple of times, where we have done the first interview with a team as a learning opportunity for the security champion of this team. And the plan then is that the security champion then takes over from there and develops the SAMM assessments over time into self-assessments. So when you're doing an interview, you usually should have about 1 to 5 people from the team you're assessing or from the organization with different roles. More people are usually hindering the process because it will drag out more and take longer time. But what you should strive is that people from all the relevant roles for all those domains that the assessment is about should be present in the interview. You usually should have 2 interviewers. When we are doing it as externals, we always have 2 people there, always one asking the questions, one taking down the notes. And then we are working together, of course, in the end to make the report. You should have all the relevant information already at hand, like having documentation available, having code snippets or configuration files available, so that when the interviewer asks you for proof of some statements or wants to look at some artifacts, that you won't lose too much time. When you're doing it for the first time, you should really reserve at least a whole business day. It can take time. Remember, we have 90 different levels or 90 questions to ask and discuss about, and this really takes a day, especially if you're doing it for the first time. Of course, if your team is already experienced with the process, has done it a few times, and you're only doing an update assessment, then you will probably be quite a lot faster. But for the first time, you have to realize that it takes quite a bit of time. Yeah, the interview is usually conducted using the toolbox spreadsheet, which is provided to you by OWASP in the form of an Excel document. You can download it from the link I have here in the slides. There is also an online tool available, which does functionally basically the same thing, but I wouldn't use it because simply I don't want to enter confidential customer data into an externally hosted online tool. You should, if you want to go this route, then you should try to find something that you can host on your own server. Yeah, the questionnaire looks something like this. For all the security practices, you have such a block in the spreadsheet. So here we have the secure build stream with the 3 maturity levels, 1, 2, 3. You always have the lead question in the top and the quality criteria from the model below it in gray. And then you have a drop-down box where you can enter the grading on the right-hand side, where you can say something like, okay, this is not fulfilled at all. The answer to the question is no, or the team has done basically anything, or something in between. The text that you have of the answers here is, again, something that I don't like a lot about the SAMM, because the text is usually geared towards assessing an organization as a whole, while in my experience, it is more often done for assessing a particular team within an organization. So you have to somehow freely interpret the answers, the answer text that you're given here, and somehow take it as nothing completed at all, everything completed, or something in between. Of course, you're also taking down notes. here on the right-hand side. This is even the more important part about doing the interview. So this is something that you should really do while doing the interview, taking down notes, and then making the grading can be done on the next day, for instance. But yeah. And this is also something that you should give to the customer or to the team afterwards, so that they learn where the problems are, what has been talked about. And this is all can also be used to derive concrete steps for the roadmap which tell you how you should improve later on. You can also define the roadmap in the same spreadsheet document. So you have on another tab, you have here the grading for the whole business function here on the left-hand side, not with the whole text, but just with the gradings that you have defined in the other tab. And then you can define for phase 1, and to the right of that also for phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and so on. But I wouldn't go beyond phase 2, to be honest, because it doesn't make much sense to plan something that is, I don't know, 5 years in the future, because the world will have changed by then, and it's better to make a new assessment and define new phases than in a year or two from now. Yeah, and then you can just give yourself better values in the next phases to improve your score. And of course, in another document, you should write down what you have to do in order to reach that improved score after phase 1 has been completed. So you're giving yourself goals here. This, of course, has to factor in what you learned during the interview, has to factor in the notes that you have taken. And so here you can give suggestions in what you need to do to reach a certain score, to reach a better score in those areas and those maturity levels. The document also gives you some nice visual overview, like the ones here, where you have the 15 security practices visualized, and it shows you the score at the moment, which is the gray part in the middle. And it shows you the score after you have successfully completed phase 1 in red and phase 2 in yellow in this area. Yeah, the roadmap tells you which areas you should improve in and by how much. What you should write down in the report, what is not in the spreadsheet, is specific suggestions and activities that need to be performed in order to reach that higher score. You can derive some of that information from the model, from the web page of the model. I've shown you one example for the secure build, which is usually quite useful. And then you can say, like, okay, add a dependency manager to your build pipeline and make the build pipeline fail when the dependency manager detects a known vulnerability with a severity rating of higher or more. So we talked about what you should do. A few suggestions on what you should not do. One very common mistake is to somehow take the score that you derive from the assessment as some absolute value and use it to compare multiple teams. This is really not what is about. You should not say that team A is better because they have a secure build score of 1.4, while the other team only has a secure build score of 1.1, and team 1 is better now than team 2. This is really not what it is about. But this is not what you should do. This is just going to frustrate the people involved in the process. This is going to lead to completely unnecessary competition. Is not helpful, in my opinion. Again, the score is only there to help you detect blind spots, in order to help you define a roadmap, define steps for improving the process of how you develop software, and for tracking whether you have succeeded in completing those improvements. It is not, the absolute values really don't matter at all. And in the same vein, you also should not give absolute requirements to a specific team, like after a year, you need to have a score of at least 1 in all 15 security practices. also does not make a lot of sense. I mean, it's not completely unwarranted. I mean, you should of course strive to get good grades across all the different areas over time, but absolute requirements really that does not take context into take context into understanding. You have to understand the context of your application, and a particular team, a particular application will need more focus on specific areas than in others. For instance, compliance is a very typical example for this. Compliance is extremely important for certain areas. I mean, Martin before talked about autonomous driving applications. If you're trying to program a car that is driving autonomously on the road, then the compliance regulations that you need to fulfill are hopefully quite strict. If you're in the banking area, of course, compliance is a huge theme. But if you're developing a web shop for selling underwear, then compliance probably won't be very much important to you, and you can live with a low score in the compliance area. But you will probably need to be more interested in getting a better score in the operations area, because you want your web shop to be online all the time. So TLDR, pick a project, pick a team within your organization, or if you are not too large an organization, try to get an assessment for the whole organization. Choose 2 interviewers. Those can be security savvy people within your own organization, or hire someone external to help you with that. Use the spreadsheet toolbox to conduct the interview. Read the website carefully, read the activities, read the questions, read the quality criteria. They can really help you a lot if you get lost. I mean, if you're good with security, you will probably get quite far just by reading and interpreting and understanding the questions that you have in the spreadsheet. But if you get lost, navigate to the website, read the activities together with the team, take it as a learning opportunity if you're doing it for the first time, to understand how to answer certain question. Take notes, give a score. If 2 people are doing the interviews, then at the end of the process, you should merge your notes and agree on a common score. And afterwards, define a roadmap. Be careful when you define a roadmap. It is something that a lot of people like doing, is putting too much into the roadmap, because they say, we have a low score here, we should do something here, we should do something here, we should do something here. And then you have a huge list of things to do, which are completely unobtainable to finish within half a year or within a year, if you have to do any other work apart from improving the security development process. And this will frustrate people. So be careful and make sure that you only put things in your roadmap that you consider to be obtainable in the time frame that you specified for it. And with that, I'm at the end. Little advertisement for the Sec4Dev conference that we're hosting, a conference for secure software development in Vienna. It will probably take place in September. Thanks to COVID, we don't know exactly. But if you're interested, look it up, submit a talk, or or come as an attendee. And I'm open for questions.
Hey, Matthias, thank you very much. Very interesting, and obviously a very streamlined process that I think isn't too hard to implement. So thank you for the presentation. I would say let us jump in to the questions and comments.
Yes, please.
Okay. The first question, maybe to start with from Violetta. How do you become a consultant for OWASP? Like you said, you're doing this as an external advisor consultant as well. Like how did it work out for yourself? And
you mean how I became a consultant in the first place, or how I came to doing OWASP SAMM in the consultancy?
Yes, I think the second one was the intention of the question.
Actually, a colleague of mine brought me into it. So the initial impact was that that a company hired us to help them implement a security champion program. Mm-hmm. Then they developed some courses that they can present to the security champion, And then after those initial courses were defined, then they figured out that making a SAMM assessment would be a good idea. And we first made an information package that to give to the security champions to help them with learning how the process works. And we also helped them implement it and made a couple of guided self-assessments with them. Yeah, and I joined the colleague at some point at the process. And to my personal surprise, I actually enjoyed it.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, but good to have such surprises. Peter is asking, is there a minimum number of participants required for the assessment? Like, does it make sense to do it like only with yourself, or let's say with a team of 2 people or something?
It depends on the size of the team, of course. I mean, you can do it on yourself. It is quite possible, but we all know that by discussing things and by having people in the room with multiple backgrounds, with multiple different experiences and insights into an application, you usually will get better results. So I think I stated it on one of the slides, I would suggest to have something between 2 and 5 people in the room to interview, and on 1 or preferably 2 interviewers. But if you're a very small team and you really don't have any time at all, it's better to do it by yourself than not doing it at all, in my opinion. But you will probably get better result if you have a couple of people to ask.
Yeah, thanks, Peter, for the question. And maybe just because it fits, maybe it was also the intention of the question a bit like if you are doing it yourself or with a small team, then you're more prone to some bias. And there is a comment from Louis who is saying, how prone is the assessment to wrong answers? Obviously, people would tend to give good answers to be better in the result. I know it's not the point of the assessment, but it can be a subconscious thing, right?
Can be a problem, of course. This is why I put so much emphasis in the talk on those common mistakes that you should really make it clear in advance before doing the interview that this is not about the score. This is not about comparing the team. This is not about giving a good or bad grade to the team, but about helping the team to improve. What I do as an external interviewer, of course, I have a bit of know from my experience where people might not tell me the complete truth, either intentionally or unintentionally. And this is where I usually ask them for proof of what they're saying. I mean, if they say, yes, we have a lot of security scans in our build pipelines and everything is perfect, and I ask them, okay, can you show me the configuration file of your build pipeline? Can we go through it? Can you tell me what it does here? Yes, we have our security requirements are greatly documented. We have all of them. Can you show me a few of them? So you really need to look at quite a couple of artifacts, and if you have done it 2 or 3 times in the course of an interview, then you get a good understanding of how much you can trust the answers that you're getting from the team. But it's not a big problem in my experience. Most of the times, the teams I've worked with were really interested in getting an accurate result.
Is this also like a reason why you maybe would recommend to do it with some external people to the assessment and not just like the self-assessment?
Maybe, yeah. But I think the biggest advantage of having somebody external is that it really helps you with the blind spots. This is one of the greatest things that you can find out. And if you're doing it just in your own team with your own colleagues where everyone thinks they understand everything, then you probably won't or will omit some of the important questions that help you for finding those blind spots, because if you would know about them, they wouldn't be blind spots. And
just what you don't see, right? Yeah. Have you ever tried out to kind of do an A/B test, like let the same team do a self-assessment and then you do the same assessment like as an external consultant?
Interesting suggestion, but no, have not done it.
Okay, could be some project for the future.
Yeah.
Then Liam has a question. How do you assess external providers and suppliers? Most of us use external tools and services where the security level is not always obvious, third-party services and so on.
Well,
two questions actually.
Yeah, good question. There are 2 things about it in the model. One is that there are streams in the model which focus on specifically this thing. You have the supplier security, I think the stream is called, which is about how you handle your vendors, how you assess the security of the vendors that you're working with. Sometimes you probably won't be able to answer those questions, but it is perfectly fine to leave some of the streams just out of, define them as out of scope. Because I had quite a few assessments where, for instance, the company was only developing the software and they were just not operating it. So the whole operations, business functions was just out of scope because it didn't matter. That's okay. You can define the scope by yourself, and you need to focus on what's important to you, and not all of the time all of the areas matter to you, and you can just leave them out.
Okay.
Sometimes it's a good idea to ask people from other departments in your organization. That also happens when parts of the process are outsourced to other departments. If you're working for a large organization, then you might get answers or request answers from another team, which can be filled into the interview form later on. It's also a possibility.
Okay, thank you. You've already answered the next question in the presentation, and also now with your last answer. But Patrick was asking, does it make sense to adopt only some parts of the assessment? So where you said like it's better to adopt some parts than no parts at all, right?
Yeah, it definitely does make sense. I mean, the great thing about the model is that it is really so holistic, and it covers everything that it really is part of software development, and it absolutely does make sense to cover as much of it as possible. But if you're only interested in a certain aspect, then it's definitely better than nothing.
Okay, then thank you.
Different areas of it are also usually easier to assess. So if you're doing it with the developers, then of course the implementation part and the verification part are usually quite easy to do, while the governance chapter is something that most people don't really like to talk about, and it's harder to understand what the question is about.
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, the example that you gave, for example, of the compliance topic.
Yeah.
Then we have one question from a user with the nickname Lindet. Is testing a part of the process? Where does it belong to? I think I saw it in the verification.
Yes, the verification part has quite a lot of. You have security testing. You have about deep understanding, which is about pen testing and external tests. You have the scalable baseline part, which is about automated tests you're doing yourself.
Okay. And the last question from today, because I saw on the slide that basically the scores are not weighted, as you explained.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the presentation, you had this example of, for example, compliance is more important maybe in the banking industry or in the automotive industry, and maybe less important in some e-commerce cases or whatever. Wouldn't it still make sense in some areas to have a weighted score, or how would you handle like the topic that some parts are not that important for an organization like other parts?
Yeah, you can tweak the model, of course. I mean, OWASP is an open source organization. You can just adapt the model. It's a formula in the Excel spreadsheet, and if you want to say this part is more important to me, you can add a weight to it to give it a higher score, but totally up to you. But I would rather suggest to keep the formulas as they are and just define for yourself, okay, we want to have a score of at least 2 in the compliance area, because compliance is very important to us. So to make sure to give yourself higher reaching goals in certain aspects than in other areas. That's probably a lot easier to fulfill than with tweaking with the formulas.
Okay, and the really last question for today, for this session from Luki: how regular should the assessment be done? Like, what is this practice? Once in a year, or obviously it depends, but what is kind of common? What you see?
I would align it with the duration of the phases that you have defined in the report. As I said, our suggestion is to complete the first phase in half a year, and the second phase then in 6 to 12 months after that. So to define 2 phases of about 12 to 18 months. And then you should do a reassessment at the end of either of those phases. You can do it at the end of phase 1, but I would rather suggest doing it
Are you still here? Okay, I think maybe some LAN cable or something got disconnected. So my internet works. Then I would say, even if Matthias maybe is not here anymore with us, I would say that, yeah, thanks Matthias for the talk. Wonderful guest again. I hope to have you soon again. And also interesting presentation. And I think it's really a streamlined process. We can, all of us can try it out. Yeah, with that, we're going into a very short break again, only 10 minutes. And then we will have our next session. So see you in 10 minutes again.
Everything is being influenced by code written by developers.
At some point, you're going to wake up and say, what the hell am I doing?
It's hard to believe. It's the largest group I've ever been in front of, I think.
We develop the future.
So, welcome back everyone, and before we start with our next session, just a quick reminder that we have still our promotion going on. You can win a Nintendo Switch and different other prizes. Just scroll a bit down, you will see the promotion powered by our partner SNIC. And yeah, take the chance to win a Nintendo Switch. I think it could be a very cool Christmas gift. And yeah, with that, I would like to basically call on stage our next two speakers, Brian and Kyle from SNIC, who will talk about how to secure your SDLC. Very interesting topic.
Hello, thank you for having us.
Hi, thanks. Before we start, or before you start with your presentation, would you like to tell us a bit, what we are going to learn from you today?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Sure. So today we're going to be talking about securing your SDLC, all the different sorts of embeds and tools that you could have in your CI/CD system, in your IDE, in your CLI to help automate your work, spend more time working on code, and spend less time, clicking through various interfaces to figure out what's wrong with your code, get it all in one place, and how you can do that with our tool or other tools.
Okay, perfect. That sounds like a lot of fun. I would say I hope that you will also have some fun, and we are going to meet each other again after the presentation with the questions and answers from the audience. Okay, perfect. Have fun. The stage is yours.
There we go.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to our talk about the missing pieces in securing your SDLC. I'm Kyle Swear, and you can find me at HackerKyle on most things.
And I'm Brian Clark, and you can find me at _ClarkIO or Clarkio, if you will, on most things as well.
Awesome. So let's get to it. So I'm a senior security advocate at SNIC, and before that, I was an AppSec engineer at multiple, San Francisco-based startups. I was a consultant before that, and here are my links.
And I'm Brian Clark. I'm also a developer advocate at SNIC. Prior to that, I was working as an architect at Disney and then developer advocacy at Microsoft as well. My focus area is on web development with JavaScript and Node.js. And I have a strong passion for security, which I'm excited to be talking with you all about today to help you, level up your knowledge a bit on this stuff and some of the tools that can help you actually, so you don't even need to worry about it as much.
Awesome. So the whole point of all of this is to, develop fast and stay secure, automate things as much as you can. And, that's really what we're about here at SNIC. We've fully bought into the whole DevSecOps idea, making, security developer centric, making it easy and, making it seamless so it can be a part of your development process rather than an afterthought, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about the agenda, and we're going to talk about these three components for the most part. We're going to talk about SCA, which is software composition analysis. You can think of this as all of your third-party code, stuff that you have not written, libraries, anything you depend on. And we're going to talk about SAST, which is all your team's code, your novel business logic, all the stuff written in-house, the things that you write around these open source packages and these inclusions and these dependencies that, actually do the novel thing that you're trying to do. And then containers and IAC, right? So application network, server configuration, all that stuff, it's all code now, right? So developers are usually writing it, or people who are developer adjacent, such as CI/CD engineers, DevOps engineers, etc., whatever you want to call them, IAC engineers, infrastructure network security folks, they're all writing code basically. So shift left is not enough because we have so many people writing code, and if we think about it, the development process has changed a lot, right? We're more agile, people are deploying and integrating code more frequently. So instead of a few times a year, quarterly releases or whatever, right, we're doing waterfall mode. Development happens like several times a day, and this has to also come with a shift in culture, right, towards the DevSecOps mindset. So this is the software development cycle, right? You plan, you code, you build, you test, you release, you deploy, and then you got to monitor it, right? Because stuff changes, new vulnerabilities are released, as we all know. Old libraries can have a new vulnerability pop up, instantly. So a lot of folks do actually agree that developers should own security, but aren't well equipped to do it, right? So that sounds like a failing on the security team's part, right? We need to empower, myself as a ex-security engineer, right? We need to empower developers better. We need to understand what developers want. And a lot of people feel that security is a huge constraint on the ability to deliver software, right? So it's slowing down this cycle that we see here. So how do we stop that? Well, we need to catch vulns earlier, right? You shouldn't be ready to release code and then start finding all your vulns at the end, right? With a security review or something like that, right? We should plan with security education, we should be able to plan for secure features, right? We should be able to take that feature, break it down to its fundamental parts, understand the security implications, and then based off of that, that's how we're going to define our approach for building this feature, right? White box testing, right? Somebody knows your code and they're performing a security assessment. So they have access to the full source code, they know all about it. And, this could be somebody on your team as a developer. This could be a security engineer from another team. And black box testing, right? Somebody throwing stuff at it, seeing what sticks. You don't have access to the code. That, around build time, when you've pushed some code and you've built it, you would start doing some black box testing and, see what you can do with it. SAS and SCA should happen a little bit before that. You're analyzing your code, you're analyzing your packages. So as you're building, SAS should happen, SCA should happen on commit. And, you can do some really great quality gates here, right? Automatically update packages, etc. So then we, get into vulnerability assessments and pen testing. We get into dynamic stuff, which we're going to stay away from today. That's a whole nother topic in and of itself. And then VMs and pen testing. So the further left we shift, the least costly it is to fix things. So the modern application, obviously that brings new risks with it, right? We're talking about changing the paradigm of the way that we've done work. So the code that makes up an application has changed. And basically, we can see this iceberg here, right? We have the code that we are writing, right? The code that we're writing in-house, our business logic. We have open source, right? The code that we're not writing. 80 to 90% of the code base for a lot of projects is open source. And 80% of vulnerabilities are found in indirect dependencies, right? So as you go down that chain, right, there are more and more obfuscated risks that we're unaware of. And then containers, right? That's what it's all running on. And then infrastructure as code, right? Sort of the pipes, putting the plumbing together. So, it's gotten really complex and everybody's writing code, no matter what your role is. If you're infrastructure or security, you're probably writing code. So where can developers get, automated feedback? How can we how can we enable developer feedback with automation? So I think these are, some core questions for, building a good security team, a healthy security team. What you want to do is, right, when people are merging code, you want to check for vulnerabilities. When you can automatically fix things with PRs, right, and that's a little bit that our tool and other tools do, right? You can automatically fix things with PRs. It'll detect old versions with vulnerabilities of software, and then it will recommend remediative action. And then when you build, right, you'll find more vulnerabilities. You'll probably do SAST here, right, when you're doing something on a build. Depending on how your SAST, looks like, if you're limiting it, right, you're probably going to do it on builds. Otherwise, you do it on every push. And then you have a quality gate here, right? Whatever that is, maybe some of the stuff fails, right? Maybe you don't want to push this out. It's too risky. And then you should be able to get automated, tickets or alerts in Slack or something, or PagerDuty when a new vulnerability is discovered. So, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the production detection too. But first, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague Brian here, and he's going to talk us through SCA and what that is, what it means, how to do it, and why it's important.
Yes, and thank you, Kyle. That was wonderful. Ska is not just a music genre, it is software composition analysis. So for us as developers, we tend to focus a lot, and even if we're thinking a little bit about security, our focus is on the code that we write, the novel code that Kyle was referring to earlier. But the reality of that is that's just a small piece of the security space, the surface area of our code that runs our application. Beyond that, it's actually more of this bigger circle around your code. And of course, your code is not just 2 lines of code. There's more to it there, but the scale of this, you'll see the difference here. And in particular, this is code that's for a Node.js application. But when you're using packages like npm packages in there, that actually, I want you visually to think about this, that 80 to 90% from that stat on the slide earlier that Kyle was showing is typically what your whole application consists of, but that are relying on dependencies, open source libraries, or just third-party dependencies. And so, that's a lot of lines of code that you don't find yourself accountable for. But and the reality is you're choosing to pull that into your project, and it's adding to the surface area of potential areas that can have vulnerabilities in it. So that's like a daunting task as a developer. One, to realize that, especially when you see a lot of the ecosystems that are out there with npm, how many packages there are, and things are growing. The more packages that come up, the more vulnerabilities that are possible as a result of that. So here is not just highlighting npm as time goes on, from a study that was done and research that was done by Sneak, but other package ecosystems as well. So you got PHP, Maven, Golang, PyPI. As time goes on, more packages are created, more potential vulnerabilities are being realized over that time frame. In addition to that, one of the things is you might be thinking, okay, I have my direct dependencies that I'm worried about, and I didn't realize that creates 80 to 90% of my lines of code that support my application. But in addition to that, those dependencies might depend upon other dependencies and so on and so forth, all the way down this long tree. How do you manage that? And what Sneak has found through some research is that uh, a lot of issues and vulnerabilities come up through indirect dependencies or transitive dependencies, which you don't even you didn't choose to include those. You chose to include the parent library that is depending on those other ones. So what do you do then, right? That's even more of a pain, more of a headache to be worrying about, and something to stress about as a developer to make sure your security is as best as it can possibly be. Next slide there, Kyle. So, and again, to further drive home the breadth of all this, right? This is looking at all the different, like highlighting a lot of the big npm packages that are out there, and the things that are depending upon that, right? So you think, all right, that's wild, that's a lot right there. But if you think about all the projects that depend on these things, there's somebody on Vaca, a GitHub user, that created this galaxy that Kyle and I were checking out when we were doing some research and preparing for this talk. We came across this, and I highly recommend folks go check that out. The link is shared at the bottom of the image there. You can actually, it's 3-dimensional. You can fly through it and explore all the different projects and their dependencies, and it's just wild and massive how many things are out there that are interconnected and depending upon each other in the entire ecosystem. And that's just npm. That's just like node and web development type of projects in that ecosystem, let alone what the other ecosystems might be like, and you add that into the mix, right? And you might have that as your back end, and maybe your front end is more JavaScript dependencies with npm. So you're pulling in two different ecosystems with dependencies that you have to worry about security vulnerabilities in. I highly recommend. We got stuck in exploring and flying through that galaxy, and I highly recommend folks go check that out to get more of a feeling of what this is about. So with that said, next slide there, Kyle. Enough of the talking. Let's demo. I want you all to. One of the things that I've learned as a developer that helped grow my interest in security is being able to see exactly what it is that I need to defend against. There's lots of terms that folks that are highly knowledgeable in the security space that are sharing and trying to educate us as developers on. They like things like cross-site scripting or cross-site request forgery and other types of issues that come up that we need to learn about as developers. But those are all terms, and they are, can be explained very well by the security folks and other developers as well. But seeing what it is, right, getting a feel for what it is that you have to defend against is really what helped things click for me. And I think it would be super helpful for you all to come to realization and understand things better. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put our hacker hats on. Imagine I have my hoodie over here, but it's kind of hot in here. I'm in Florida. We can put your hacker hats on, and we're going to check out what it's like to run a vulnerable application and hack it. Okay, so we're going to demonstrate that right now. You see my screen here. This is a Node application. It's a to-do app. Let me get it running really quick so that people can see what's going on here. We'll run. I have a Mongo database that stores some of the data for me, and then I have a front end npm start on that, which will run on localhost 3001, which I have open right here. Let me refresh it to show that it is indeed live. All right, so very simple, straightforward app. Let's get acquainted with that really quick. It has an input field that lets me create a to-do list. So I need to make sure I brush my teeth. But what's interesting about it is in this app, we wanted to enable our users to be able to use Markdown syntax so they could do some styling without having to handwrite HTML code, because our users don't know how to do that, but they do know how to use Markdown. Let's just, for instance, theoretically here. So if a user wanted to, I really, really need to really brush your teeth, Brian, because your breath stinks really bad. So I want to bold that, and that allows me to do that with Markdown syntax. So you get an idea. And then we could do things like links, which are the square brackets, and we could say Google, or rather, Sneak, right? Let's do Sneak. HTTPS, sneak.io. so that it's secure. And then we have a link we can click on now, right? All right, so you're familiar with the app, what it's doing. What's enabling me and us to use Markdown is this third-party library. It's called Marked right here on, let me enable screencast mode really quick so you can see where I'm clicking and all that fun stuff. And so what Mark does is it allows us to enter in Markdown syntax and convert that to HTML for us. And that's essentially what it's doing. So I set it up, I require it in my project. And then something to keep in mind here, something interesting is I need to set it up, right? And so setting it up says I'll assign it to a application variable, local variable or setup that's assigned to Marked. But in particular, I went and did my due diligence and I went and checked out to see, hey, what are some options with Markdown that, like, what are the security implications when using Marked library, and do I need to enable things and turn things on? And it turned out that they have an option to sanitize inputs. And what sanitizing inputs means is it's basically looking for keywords that are known, or key characters that are known to be used in a malicious way to try and break things, and just completely remove them. So that's what when you think about your sanitizing, like surfaces, you're cleaning, you know, contaminations off or whatever like that. You're removing it completely. That's what sanitize is about. So it looks like the folks over at Marked, at least with this particular version of Marked that I'm using, which is an older one, intentional, so that's vulnerable, they had security in mind. They wanted to enable this for folks to turn on. Now, something to take note here is unless you're actively looking for something like this, you may not know to turn that on. So it's unfortunate that it's not on by default, which would be ideal for us as developers, because again, unless you're really thinking about it and looking for these types of things, you may not know that that option is there. You may not know that you want to turn that on to keep your users safe, to keep your apps safe as well. So that's something to think about when you're using libraries, is like double check the options that they have. What are the security implications with that library, and see if they've taken that into account with building it out and what options they offer you. So even though there is this sanitize option to help protect us against vulnerability with Marked and entering Markdown into this input field, I'm going to demonstrate to you that we can still actually break it and do what's called a cross-site scripting attack. Or, excuse me. So one thing to help me with that is we're going to try again, we have our hacker hats on. We know that we can enter in links with Markdown using that square brackets and parentheses syntax, right? So let's do a test and let's see if, we can enter in some JavaScript to run and get that to execute within the context of this application. So I'm going to enter in an HTML tag of script, right? And then just see if I can run the alert function, which will show a browser alert. And I'm going to close that tag. And then I'll hit enter. And we could see it didn't quite do that. Alert didn't show up. There is kind of a link to click on, but if I click on that, it just gives me an error. It's not something that's valid. So what's happening is that sanitization logic is recognizing that I'm trying to enter a script, HTML script tag, and have some type of JavaScript run, and it's breaking that apart so that it doesn't actually get executed. So I know now as an attacker, I'm like, okay, so they're doing something to stop this. What else can I try? Well, there's another way we can enter JavaScript into a link, is using the JavaScript keyword and colon, and then try to do the alert that way and see what happens when we do that. Okay, so we get a different result, which is good. So like good from attacker's perspective, because it's sense that, all right, there's different things going on depending on what I enter here and the approach I take, but it's not quite working just yet either. So then I might look up and I think about, well, what is the typical way that web development or front-end web developers will allow and enable people to enter in Markdown syntax like this? And I might go and look up the Marked library up on NPM and see if there's any known vulnerabilities in it, or just look at the source code because it's open source. So let's take a look at the source code and get a better understanding of that as a hacker. So I have it open here, and if I look for that's the one that's entering and rendering links on line 869 here, we can see the logic that's behind sanitizing this. So again, keep in mind, it's if sanitization has been enabled through the options of Marked. And then it's going to decode a URI using unescaped input. And then it'll do some regex there, which replaces like a word or something like that with the colon there. So it's specifically looking for that colon again. And it does that globally. I'm not that great at regex, but I kind of understand what's going on there. And then there's also this other just if statement that's like looking specifically for JavaScript and colon, right? Or VB script and colon. So now I know as a hacker, like if I can maybe circumvent that so that I have it still work, but it doesn't quite match that perfectly, as we can see here, that it's like triple equals 0. Maybe I can bypass this. So if we go back over to the browser here and I do test, let's say 3, and I say JavaScript, and knowing that it's doing URI encode or HTML encoding, I can use the encoded value of a colon character and try and do that to bypass that. So I believe, if I recall correctly, it's ampersand pound 58 semicolon is the encoded version of a colon. And then I can be like, okay, let's try and do alert and 1 and then close that out. No, that still didn't quite work. So as you can see, as an attacker, they're going to iterate on this, keep going. We're going to jump ahead a little bit, and I'm going to just do the exact exploit that works, the input that will work for sure. I have it saved here, so I don't have to manually type it out, but we'll talk through what's going on here so that you can understand what's happening. So again, it's a link. The link text is gotcha. We're still using that JavaScript keyword to indicate that we want to run some JavaScript as part of this link. We are using the encoded version of the colon, but now we're adding another valid JavaScript keyword, which is this. No pun intended. Another keyword could be like that's valid is window, or those of you that are familiar with web development watching right now, or document. Those are valid keywords that could work in JavaScript, but it also, if you remember, if we go back to the logic of how Mark is doing the sanitization here, it will bypass this for us. It will make sure that we don't run into this logic and we bypass it and it just gets returned anyway. So to prove that actually indeed works, I'm going to change this back. Actually, I'll just leave it like that. So now we can see it is a link that works. If I do click it, it does trigger the alert function. And now we have a cross-site scripting vulnerability as part of this application. So that's an example of why a third-party dependency is monitoring and keeping track of third-party dependencies and vulnerabilities are in them, and being alerted to these things help us to fix the problem. So what would happen is with a SCA tool such as Sneak, which is going to be frequently on a cadence that you choose to scan your application dependencies and alert you and monitor of vulnerabilities that come up, will offer to tell you about, hey, there's this vulnerability in Mark. You need to upgrade to this next version that patches it, and then you'll be good to go. So really quick to demonstrate that, how are we doing on time, Kyle? Pretty good? Okay. I think so, at least. What I would do here is I already know that the version that's patched from this, or that I need to install, is marked at 0.3.6. Actually, let me clear my screen so you can see that a bit better and zoom in a little bit. npm install marked at 0.3.6. And what that would do is it's going to implement the fix that's there, and then we'll come back and check that out in a moment to see that it no longer has the vulnerability that's available to it. Actually, what I meant to do is show you that we can see that with Sneak as well. Let me cancel that npm install. We'll go back to the old version. Don't worry, npm. This is just one package. Why is it taking so long? Well, while that's happening, I intentionally disabled the Sneak VS Code extension because I didn't want you all to see the vulnerabilities that it calls out to me. Oh boy, now I'm downloading things, npm installing at the same time. This is risky business, Kyle. Are the demo gods on my side? And there's vacuuming going on. Good timing.
I think the overlords of the demos have definitely blessed you today. It seems like everything's going well, not to jinx it. Knock on wood.
Okay.
Yeah. We're good on
All
time.
right.
I think we're pretty good on time.
Excellent. So with the Sneak extension enabled now, I want to reload VS Code to kind of trigger it to start picking up that. But I also want to let the npm install. So what we'll do is I'm going to pause here. We'll go back to slides and let you keep going, and then we'll come back to this in a moment so that I can show folks that. Also, I know, oh, there, it finished. Never mind. I take that back. We bought ourselves enough time. All right. So the npm install finished. Let's reload VS Code here. And again, you typically wouldn't have to do this. I intentionally disabled the extension and re-enabled it. And sometimes with VS Code, you need to like reload VS Code so things start getting triggered and analyzed a bit better. And so with Sneak enabled now, if I look at my open source security, Sneak found 87 vulnerabilities. One of them is, it's alphabetical order. We got marked here, right? And there's a bunch of them actually in marked. And Sneak, the extension directly in my editor so that I could stay within the same context. I don't have to switch to some other browser or some other app to learn about all this. It's alerting me that in this version that I'm using, there's this vulnerability, cross-site scripting vulnerability. I can find out more details on the specifics of it, but really I just care about upgrading to the next version. So that's all well and dandy. Now, if I do npm install the better version that is got the fix 0.3.6, maybe that'll go a little bit quicker since it's cached. Yes, it is. We can see this should refresh. It will. It might just take a second. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the app again and go over the browser to show you, to prove that that version did indeed resolve the issue. And let's refresh the browser here. You can see when I refreshed it, what Mark ends up doing now is it just completely removed that bad one. But to show that it is still indeed working as well, let's try and enter it again. Let's copy that line and paste it in. And you can see it just completely doesn't let any of it get rendered. There's nothing to click into here. And now we've, mitigated the risk of that cross-site scripting vulnerability in the latest version of the package we're depending upon. And that does it for that example. So I hope that helps hit home a little bit more to give you an idea of these are the things that you're trying to defend against as a developer so that you can at least have a better understanding of why instead of just being told, hey, you have to do this kind of thing, right? All right, we can switch back over to slides now. Producer in the back. Perfect. And Kyle is going to talk to you about another. So we talked about software composition analysis, which is really what is the code that you're depending upon that you need to be monitoring and analyzing for security vulnerabilities. And that's for Sneak, that's called Sneak open source. Kyle, you can take it away from here.
Awesome. So yeah, I think basically the idea of what Brian's showing us is like how easy it is to automate, these updates. If you think about it, he didn't leave his IDE at any point in time, right? And he was able, except when we went to the localhost site, but he didn't leave his IDE at all to go and find out about the vulnerability or to remediate the vulnerability, right? Like he basically had, this is the GitHub equivalent, right? So he could have just gone to GitHub. He could have seen that there was a PR, right, already for this package. If he had this package up in GitHub and he was like, maintaining it like a normal package, right? And this wasn't a demo, and it was up in GitHub. You could use Sneak open source, which is free, by the way, and automatically, detect and update packages. So that is included in free tier, and we do work and partner with a lot of folks to make sure that that is up to snuff here. So. And automated remediation, automated patching. Geez, try saying that 5 times fast.
Yep.
It's just really, really awesome, right, Brian? Like single click pull requests, right? Single click fixes. You can fix a ton of vulnerabilities with basically one click. And basically, we apply 500,000 patches every month through this method, right? Just as a company. So we also wanted to plug this list here. This is a community source list, including a lot of open source solutions for software composition analysis. And if you're on a shoestring budget and you need something integrated, Sneak's free. There are options here that are free. Sneak just happens to do basically all of the things that we think developers want, right? They want JavaScript, they want Java, Python, Go, right? You don't want to use a ton of different systems for everything you could possibly think of. And you don't want to have a ton of interfaces that developers are clicking into, right? Like you want to keep it all in one platform. Developers don't want to be clicking around in a browser. They want to be in VS Code or Vim. So, it's like a penny saved is a penny earned, right? Like it's expensive to send developers back and forth through platforms and have them OAuth log into this platform for, SCA and then have them OAuth log into this platform for SAST, right? Put it all in the same place. And
Really quick,
now
Kyle?
yeah.
One thing to note with that last slide is that also, like, while we highlighted certain programming languages and ecosystems, it's not necessarily comprehensive for. It's just kind of highlighting the tools that were shared in the awesome list, which are beneficial and useful. But there's also other ones, like depending on what your shop, your company, your team is using, there are other ones that might be supported, other tools that might be out there to help support that language and ecosystem as well. And then the other thing I wanted to mention really quick, and I'm sorry to interrupt you again there, Kyle, is the demonstration I showed was the tool kind of showing a direct dependency, but having a SCA tool that helps you with those transitive dependencies too, right? Alerting you of, or the, child dependencies of your dependencies, alerting you and monitoring those things and letting you know, hey, if you upgrade to this, or having the tool that will, over time, sometimes, especially with open source, things take time to get actually merged in, like a patch to come out. So what you might want to look for in a tool is something that can help you do a temporary patch in the meantime that you can run and use in your application until the official library pushes out that upgraded version. And there's some tools that can help you with that as well. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think you hit the nail on the head. We really, in hindsight, could have had another column for transitive dependency support, because yeah, only some tools do that, and it seems to be few and far between. But yeah, it's all about the intel. It's all about, we have a vuln DB that's been curated and like very thoroughly like combed through. So yeah, I think that definitely does make a world of a difference when it comes to false positives, and like being proactive and stuff like that. So thanks for that, Brian. I think that was a very welcome addition. So, Sneak Code is the name of our. Oops, excuse me. Sneak Code is the name of our SaaS tool, and this is actually one of our newest offerings. So it works the same way as our other offerings. You see it right here in the ID. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on SaaS, but basically we talked about SaaS. SaaS is scanning the code that your developers are writing. And obviously, since developers are writing it, we want it to be developer friendly, right? So we reimagined the SaaS industry as a developer first solution. And this is what we came up with. I think it's pretty cool. I've implemented a ton of SaaS solutions. I'm not going to name them here, but I've implemented all the big ones that you can probably find by Googling, and different shops, different folks, and I think if we had Sneak at any of those places, it would have been a lot easier. And I would have had to do less work, and our DevOps engineers would have had to do less work. We wouldn't have been hosting, our SaaS and SCA solutions ourselves in-house on-prem, if we had Sneak. And yeah, I think it's really just a game changer. Like the code flow stuff's pretty accurate. And I was a developer, I was a full stack engineer, so like I kind of know what I'm talking about sometimes. But yeah, we're gonna go on to containers because I don't want to spend too much time on SaaS. And there aren't really a lot of free open source solutions, so I don't really have anything like awesome to share in that regard. If you're trying to bootstrap it. But yeah, I think we're gonna move on to containers. Brian, are you ready?
Yep. Ready.
All right, let's hit it.
All right, so we demonstrated as an application developer that we need to worry about the code that we didn't write, but we're depending upon, right? And that's where we're talking about open source code, if you think of it as an iceberg. But then another layer within that that consists of our overall projects and systems that we have are containers to help us, because containers are a welcomed change in the development ecosystem in general, because no longer can we, maybe they're not welcome, because some developers probably really enjoyed saying it works on my machine. I don't know why it doesn't work on the deployed environment or somebody else's machine, right? So maybe there's some developers that aren't happy about it. But I'm certainly happy about it to know that we can have a high level of confidence that if the code runs on our machine within that container, within that type of isolated environment, then using that same specifications on creating that environment, it will run in another area, another place that it's deployed to. So that's the benefit, right, at a high level, very generally speaking, of containers from a developer perspective. But with that, it introduces yet again another area that we should be concerned about for security, or security posture, if you will. So if you look at this typical, just very straightforward sample Docker file here for, again, like this node application I'm using here, you define what base image you want to use, right? And when we do that, we're pulling that in from another registry. Typically, maybe it's your own registry that's a version of an image, or maybe it's the public registry. Neither way, like what what vulnerabilities might be lying within that base image, right? From there, maybe you have some tooling that you need to leverage inside of that container, right? And you install using the native ecosystem of that underlying operating system to install that. In this case, we're installing an image magic tool that's going to help with like image manipulation, resizing, cropping, whatever it may be, right? You're doing some image processing. What vulnerabilities might be found within that tool, right? And how do you keep track of that? And then from there, you have, again, your npm installing, you have dependencies that are for your app. We already talked about that, but that's also introduced as part of this definition, the Docker file. If you could go one or two more, Kyle. One more from there. And then again, going back to that base image, what about the runtime, right? So typically your base image is defining the runtime for your programming language that you need. So in this case, I need Node. Does that version of Node of that base image have any vulnerabilities in it that I need to be worried about? And how do I keep track of that? And through some, again, a research and study that was done by Sneak, we found that even with just very similar to the package ecosystems or library ecosystems for our programming languages, the container images that are used for this part of the process of our projects also have a significant number of vulnerabilities that are reported in it year over year, time over time. So as you can see here, it gives you an idea between 2018 and 2019, the number of vulnerabilities that were disclosed for the varying types of typical container images that folks would be using in our industry. Next slide, please. Oop. And then as we've been kind of, the theme throughout the talk today is that a lot of security folks, the security teams at your companies are trying to help and integrate developer teams into the process of keeping security in mind. With that comes a lot more ownership for developers, right? And in that case, the same thing, just like ownership of our dependencies, there's ownership of these container images that we're using. And through this survey that was done, we can see that a lot of 68%, to be exact, were reporting that the developers were the owners of that process of choosing the images that are used for their applications. Because I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You know best of what images you need to run your application to help support your application.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point. We're definitely seeing the shift left as far as container and development goes. And we see ops coming in strong at number 2, DevOps folks, right? As far as where you want to delineate how different DevOps is from development, they're still writing logic at the end of the day. So I think that's a pretty good point, Brian.
For sure, for sure. And then so the same kind of process that we need to keep in mind when it comes to worrying about the security of our direct dependencies of our application, we need to do the same, try to implement the same processes or work towards having the same process for our containers. So we want to make sure that we have something to help us with detecting and being having an understanding of what vulnerabilities are found in the dependencies that we have in our containers. We want to be able to have an understanding of what it takes to remediate or fix the problems, resolve, and get to a safe version of things when those problems are alerted, and then continuously monitoring for more future ones. So maybe you have a certain set of dependencies right now, but then you introduce new ones, and what vulnerabilities might come into play with that. That's why active monitoring will help you, and continuously monitoring will help you stay on top of those types of things. And the next slide. All right, IAC, Kyle.
Yep. So we are going to talk about infrastructure as code. We've kind of talked about all these other points here, and I think IAC is kind of, the pipes that, puts the plumbing together, so to speak. And there are lots of Kubernetes config files publicly accessible on GitHub. People have seen this as a great attack vector, right? And actually, IAC misconfiguration is becoming increasingly popular. There's some great stats from OWASP. Also, the NSA and the CISA have released some advisories actually on Kubernetes hardening. So like actual guides for like hardening your Kubernetes instance from like, the Department of Defense and, CISA and NSA. So I would totally recommend checking out those resources. They're super nice, and it's all free. So why are people attacking this? Well, sometimes people set up production images or production instances, and they could run for a really long time, like years, right? Um, and sometimes they update them, sometimes they don't, right? Sometimes you have something and it's like literally running for 300 days. And how are you going to protect that, right? How are you, like, if a developer pushes something out and they're like, well, I'm done, they clean their hands and they're like, that's it. How are you going to monitor that over time? Like, will there be container drift? Will some stuff change, right? Will vulnerabilities have new things released? Will there be a new CVE, right? So I think this, it was a big wake up call for people last Friday, that they don't really know exactly, like, the software, bill of materials in their production instances or in their repos. I think Friday was kind of a rude awakening for some folks, right? But if you're using a program like Sneak, or you're using a IAC monitoring service or IAC drift monitoring, right, you can probably see folks doing weird stuff, folks doing weird inclusions. You can see the vulnerabilities, right? So yeah, depending on how you're monitoring it, right? Obviously, we're focusing here on dependencies and CVEs coming out, and basically containers with misconfigurations and things like that, and IAC misconfigurations. So we're monitoring for new vulnerabilities, we're monitoring for misconfigurations, right, and any sort of drift. So I think that's how you can protect yourself against a lot of these like misconfig attacks. Like just be diligent and have adequate monitoring in place. Things are going to change. Software always changes, so just make sure that you're prepared for, the next CVE or something by like monitoring your production images, right? See what happens to them, and just pay a lot of attention to it over time. So it's great to automate all that, right? And that's kind of the point of what we were showing. You can automate it just like you'd automate anything else in Snyk. You can sort of just like automatically receive those notifications, go in there, fix them. You'll have all that feedback in the Snyk platform. So everything we've been talking about, we're focusing on making it developer first. Like it is from the ground up. That's how we've designed it. That's our whole mission, is to make developer first, developer centric security tooling. So if you do Snyk container test and then nothing else, and you're in a repo that's a container, it will just run. If you do Snyk test and you're in a repo that has a manifest, it'll just run. So it's really, the barrier to entry is like super low. And here you can see, basically a vulnerability introduced by a version of ZTZip. So that is definitely something that you'd want to know as you're developing code. So how are we going to detect all this stuff? Well, you got to detect it, like I said at the beginning, as early as possible, right? As early and as soon as possible. You got to scan as frequently as possible. You want to scan everything. So how can you do that? Well, you can do it locally, right? You can do it locally in your tools. You can do it in your CLI. You can do it in your IDE. And that's really doing it in the CLI is a big perk for me because I'm a Vim guy, so I don't like leaving my terminal. And you got Git here, you have GitLab, you have Bitbucket, right? Like we can work with just about anything. We integrate with just about everything, CI/CD tools, registry tools. And then obviously when you get to production, we want to monitor those Kubernetes instances and make sure that they're adequately hardened. So
Hey,
detect
Kyle,
it. Yeah.
I hear you're a Vim guy. To
Oh,
be
yeah.
honest, I'm a VS Code guy. I'm envious of being able to use Vim, but you'll be proud of me. I know how to exit Vim at least.
I think Randall and I will set you up with NeoVim, and I think you'd love it. We'll
Okay,
have
cool.
to nerd out one day.
All right.
We'll do a little IDE makeover. So maybe, you weren't convinced at the beginning. You thought that this would be expensive. You thought it would be hard. You thought it would be, it wouldn't be automatic, right? Like, how are you going to automate security? Well, hopefully you believe me now. I've done this at a couple places. Not to like toot my own horn or anything, but I've done this at a couple places. It is really, really hard if you're using a ton of different tools, right? I used a different SAS, SCA, and DAS tool at a place with like very, very high security requirements, and it was a nightmare. So I'm no stretch or anything, but basically, use whatever works for you. If you only need, one language or, one system, use something that works for you. If you're only trying to, check for SCA packages, maybe use Snyk open source, right? You're just trying to check for package dependencies, right? That's very easy, automatic solution, easy to integrate into things. But maybe you believe me, but you don't know how to sell this to your org, right? So like, what are you going to do? Well, show them this graph. Show them some numbers and figures. There are lots of figures out there done by the industry, just research, white papers done by the industry. And it shows that as we get to production, right, this should be obvious for, everyone who's a developer, you already know this. I'm just preaching to the choir here. But if you catch it at design phase, when you're talking to security people, if you invite security people into the room while you're doing feature planning, like you're going to get a ton of vulnerabilities. You're going to poke holes in your feature. Like think about the security implications of your feature, ask the security experts about the security implications of your feature, and then go based off of that. This is where you stop, vulnerabilities early before you've done any development work, before you're depending on any libraries, all that stuff, right? So then you get to coding, right? You're probably going to have to run SCA and SAST. You get to QA, probably running SAST again on these commits, on these builds, and unit testing too, right? So if you're catching stuff, maybe you're catching stuff here, right? Wouldn't it be great if you caught stuff earlier, right? And then when you get to integration testing and you're testing it with your real systems, and then when you're actually, pushing it out and it's in production, right? When, it's 15 to 90 times higher than at design and coding. So that's how you can sell it to folks. When you are, fixing something during integrations and systems test, when you're about to deploy and then you're finding security issues, which, like, let's face it, if you don't have all this stuff in place, that's probably what's happening. You're probably finding it afterwards. Somebody's reporting it, bug bounty program, it's already in production. You got to decouple things. You basically got to go back. You got to throw away a ton of dev work, right? And that is directly equatable to dollars. So if you need a way to sell this to somebody, I offer you this tool. this is how I had to do it, and you know, it really, really helped. So yeah, detect vulnerabilities everywhere. You know, it's cheaper to fix them earlier. So just like make sure you at least have SCA, you know, Sneak open source or any other SCA, you know, solution in place. And remember to develop fast and stay secure. So you know, we're here to help you. If you have any questions about SAST, SCA, you know, I also know about a little bit about DAST, IAC, container scanning. Happy to help. You know, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter right there. And Brian, any closing words, any closing remarks for the crowd?
Yeah, just that when we say sell, we mean like sell ownership and the idea of keeping security, the idea of security, right? And having that top of mind as part of your overall process, right? We don't necessarily. I just want to make sure, in case people might be misunderstanding, we're not saying like sell, you know, a product or anything. We're saying sell to your leadership that it's important and you should incorporate it in your overall development processes, your software development lifecycle, right? Make it as important as developing those features, because if you don't have security at that level of prioritization, then just the features are the only thing that are prioritized, and you're leaving yourself, your users, your business at risk of vulnerabilities that could cost you money once you're in production, as Kyle was showing through that graph there, right? So that's the idea. And then you all, you know, when that's already bought in now, everybody's on the same page. Look at, you know, we're talking about Sneak here, but evaluate the tools, check them all out, see which one best fits your needs. You know, obviously Kyle and I believe that Sneak is most likely going to be the top one for you there. Otherwise we wouldn't be here, kind of thing. But really, you know, evaluate them, do your own research on it, and see which one fits well within the processes that you define with your teams and organization.
Totally agree with that. There's no point in being dogmatic over a tool. I'm obviously, you know, I came over here from, you know, a basically, you know, social media startup, very, very, very popular one. And you know, we use Sneak, and I used Sneak before when I was doing bug bounty hunting, and I used Sneak before for my own open source projects. And you know, I just use Sneak after I fingerprinted a service. I use Sneak to look up it in VulnDB and figure out, you know, like free open source, figure out, you know, what vulnerabilities were in these packages, you know, that I was attacking for these bug bounty programs and these like CTF competitions, and it helped me a lot. So yeah, I'm actually a big believer in what we do. I've used all the other guys. I've used Bridge Crew. I've used Chekhov. I've used, you know, the other vendors. Right? Some of them have good open source offerings. You know, some of them really don't. So I think one thing that's really cool is just, you know, you can get started with the SCA for free. And you don't need to install anything besides for, you know, like a Pi package to get started, or an npm package, and you just run it and you're good to go. So you know, it's certainly made my life easier. And I think, yeah, does anything, no matter what you choose, OWASP dependency check or track, like you're gonna have you know, basically a very good idea of what you're shipping out there. So don't sell Sneak to your folks, sell the idea of DevSecOps and security automation to your folks.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely, guys. Amazing presentation. It's such a huge topic, but it's really a very cool and streamlined overview that you have delivered. So thank you very much for that. And I only can recommend to everyone like to get familiar with the topic, to get familiar with DevSecOps, with the shift left. Yeah, also really I can only recommend to follow these guys on Twitter. Brian is a content producer, I think, also besides just going to these kind of virtual conferences. I think you have a podcast or a YouTube channel or something.
Yeah, I stream live on Twitch doing programming and things of that nature, where I'm just learning in front of an audience all the time and making mistakes. So if you like, you know, supplementing your education of not seeing a scripted thing go from one path to a happy path, then you know, tune in sometime. Hope to see you there.
It's really cool.
And also, if you're not familiar with FleetSpeak, then you maybe need kind of a bit of time to get the handle of Kyle, but I'm sure you can manage it.
It's a test. So,
guys, we're a bit over time, but I would love to take some questions from the audience. So if you're fine, then we would jump right into that. Sure. First question to break the ice. There was one. I'm not sure who asked, but someone was asking. Jeremy was asking about what VS Code team do you use, Brian?
Well, that's always the question. Always the first question. We as developers love to know what themes people are using. So I'm using the Night Owl theme by Sarah Drasner.
That's cool. That's cool. Kyle, unfortunately, nobody asked about a Veeam team that you usually use.
You know, I'll definitely post my Vim RC for you guys. I know somebody out there is interested. So.
Yeah. Nice. Somebody commented that Vim is cool, actually.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for having us on, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. So, a technical question from. Let me see what to pick first. There's so many questions. Yeah, Christian is asking, does Sneak scan for cross-site requests?
Yeah, CSRF. So we do scan for CSRFs both in Sneak SCA and Sneak SAST, like Sneak code. So our SaaS solution, okay, so like if we detect a package that might have server-side request forgery on it, or cross-site request forgery, then what we usually do, if they have SAST as well, is we're able to detect whether the vulnerability is actually reachable. So is the vulnerable functionality implemented, or does the package just have this potential for exploitation, or this vulnerability packaged in it? But it's a whole nother story as to whether you're actually utilizing the vulnerable functionality. So we try to make a really good story of that by first doing the SCA and then doing the SaaS to see if the business logic is actually susceptible to this. And we call that vulnerability reachability. So yeah, I think that's a great question. It's something that we're continuously working on and adding more things to our list. But CSRF and SSRF, I do know, are both of those. Like they're both reachable vulns in the platform.
Okay, thank you, and thanks also for the question, Christian. Then next question, Miro, interesting one because it's actually quite actual. What would something like the Log4j case be intercepted by Sneak?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously not as a 0-day, like not if it hasn't been reported and disclosed. We really do lean on the community. Like we aggregate all these vulnerability platforms. We work with a ton of community partners, so we wouldn't know before anyone else. That's not like we knew when it happened Thursday night our time, right? But Thursday night our time, as soon as everybody was as soon as it started to like bubble up, like it came on our radar. We do have folks who are looking out for things like that, and our research team and our R&D team are like really on top of that stuff. So we were able to like sort of come out ahead of it and inform our clients like ASAP Thursday night, Friday morning for some of them. And yeah, I think to answer that question, like yes and no, right? Like as soon as it comes out and as soon as other people know about it, like we're definitely adding it.
Yeah.
And
but you get it then basically faster solved than without, like better you have it than you don't have it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So as soon as it's there, we throw it up.
As you said, like you're doing a lot of research and people are contributing, and so there's also one question regarding that from Sven. Like, do you scan and patch all the packages yourself, or is there a way to contribute?
Oh, like the Sneak patch packages?
No, I think it is related to third-party packages, but anyways, like how...
Yeah, you're asking like if our team makes PRs for like these open source projects? Is that the question?
No, I think I mean, Sven, you can also make your question more concrete, but the question is, do you scan and patch all the packages yourself, or is there a way to contribute? I think it was like, as you mentioned now for the Log4j, so obviously someone is kind of made it aware and then reported it. So do people report directly to you, or do you have a team that basically, as you said, like does the research and so on? How does that work?
Yeah, a little bit of both. I'd say like people, sometimes we get customers and they'll come up to us and they'll ask like, hey, can you add this, right? Like I noticed this isn't in there. So, that does happen, but yeah, usually we're on top of it. As soon as something comes out, we sort of bring it in and aggregate it. But as far as us making PRs, like, open source packages, if that is the intent of the question, I don't think that's something that we do right now. I think maybe, we do collaborate with maintainers. We let maintainers know before we publish research, right? We always work with the maintainers if we can, and we let them know like what's happening. Like if we can, we'll give them remediative guidance. But we try to keep it really close, working with the open source community. We try to do right by everyone that we can. So I don't know if we're exactly making PRs, but when our researchers, who are out there, hardcore just looking for new vulnerabilities, attack vectors, evaluating attack surfaces of, things that come up like this. They always try to, if we find something new, find something novel, or find something scary, we do try to push it over to the maintainers in a responsible fashion so that they have some time to respond and react.
Well, that's good. Thanks for answer. Federico is asking a question to Brian. What's your Twitch channel name?
It's Clarkio without the underscore at the beginning. Thank you, everybody, for your interest.
Perfect. So let me see, what else do we have here? Sviol is asking, can you sneak together with Podman?
Kyle, do you know that one?
I don't think I know Podman.
Support manager.
Podman. Oh, that's like the Docker replacement, right?
Yeah. It's like
let me find out for you.
Yes,
But I'm gonna look around and I'll see. But I don't. My first. Oh, actually, it looks like we do.
Nice. Okay.
It looks
I
like
hadn't heard of Podman, so it's another container solution.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me take a look. Okay, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I'm sure like when someone can find an answer on Google, or you just maybe you can tweet the answer. Or
Yeah, I'll
something like
see if we can tweet something.
Yeah.
If we do support it, I'll make sure that we throw a tweet out about it. So if you don't see a tweet about Podman, that's probably the answer.
That would be great. And there have been some questions that you actually answered during the presentation. Questions early in the presentation, like does it run on the cloud and so on? Obviously, yes. Then how to report and so on. We discussed that. That's an interesting question, not so technical, from Dario. How do you make people inside the organization aware of this topic? Because obviously, like where to start, if you know where to start, how to advocate for it, you need kind of a buy-in from the management or from the team. People need to use it together and so on. What's your take on that?
Oh, that's a great question. Brian, you want to go first, or should I take this one?
Sure, I'll go first. So from my perspective, like I had done this in a previous role where one, I just naturally if you have an interest in security, that's good. Run with that, basically. Run with that passion and learn as much as you can. And as you learn, if you have helping level up your teammates, their knowledge in that space as well, doing like a lunch and learn type of thing, or if you have an internal conference at your company, helping raise awareness, kind of doing advocacy, which is kind of what Kyle and I are doing here, but internally, like internal advocacy at your company. That will help one establish you as like a knowledgeable figure in your company for security, for one,
Good point.
and then people will trust your opinion and thoughts more on that. So that way, because managers and other internal people, leadership are attending those things, they'll learn about that as well, and that will help buy them in. In terms of helping developers really buy in, I think it's like I was doing today. I truly believe, because it clicked for me, showing. And a lot of times the security teams don't want to show how to hack how a hack works, because they're worried about the developers doing that against them. But really, like if you don't know what you're defending against, you're not going to think it's important. So that's my 2 cents. But Kyle, go ahead.
That's actually good, because when you say showing, I think it's really about that, making them aware that there is something that is vulnerable. Because usually, otherwise, you would learn maybe at the point when it's really not good for you, when there is a breach or something. So I think that's better to have it as an internal kind of test.
Yes, don't hack your systems without permission, though. Like we have sample apps. Like you can go to the Sneak Labs GitHub repository. That's the app I was using today. It's called the Goof app. That is intentionally vulnerable to do. Yeah,
that's good to know. Okay, folks, do you have anything to add? We are way over time, but it was super interesting to see the presentation, those are your answers. So anything at the end you want to add?
Yeah, I'd just like to throw in, because like I had the same issue, getting buy-in, right? And like getting people to prioritize like security and like these tools, right? Look at security champions programs, right? You can scale out the effect. If you're one developer, you can really scale out the effect of being like security oriented by, like Brian said, teaching and enabling other folks. So if you get a security champions program, right, and look up security champions program Sneak, we have white papers, articles, and videos on it. I'll be making more content around that. So like reach out to me if you have anything that you want to see that we don't already have. But yeah, basically, you can build a world-class security champions program with like $0. Just like get people together 1 hour a month. First 30 minutes talk about the news in security. Next 30 minutes do like a pragmatic exercise. Maybe try hack the box. Skill people up, and then give them stuff that they can take away and do on their own time. Give them some follow-up material, resources from that lesson. And that's what I did. We took the organic security community from our company from 3 people to 80 people, which is half the development team, in just 3 to 4 months. So you can do it too. If you need to know how, reach out to me. I will happily give you some pointers. But yeah, show them the cost and the figures, right? Show them that last slide I showed you with the trend. That is accurate, 50 to 90% more per when something could be caught at design and it's caught at production. Depending on how intrinsic that is to your systems, it could be a nightmare. So, you know, it's better to come out ahead of these things. It's better to have folks, you know, come in a room once a month, architects, you know, engineers, whoever's interested, you know, volunteer them, and then, you know, try to get a representative from each agile team, and you know, bring them all together, just talk, you know, casual talk, bring some snacks, pizza. You know, I used to make cold brew, and just, you know, people will look forward to it. People will want to come, and people will start thinking about security. If you're excited and you're passionate about it, and you're, you know, holding these security champions meetings, and like, you know, maybe have folks talk about security problems the company has faced, how you'd combat them now, are you prepared for them now, and just like, you know, have a place for those difficult conversations where people feel like they can actually, you know, bring everything they have to contribute.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, I would like to say thank you so much, Brian. Thank you so much, Kyle. You have been wonderful guests. I hope to see you each next year again at some of our events. And yeah, I wish you nice holidays, a good New Year, Merry Christmas, and all the best. So thanks again, and bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. So, and yeah, as we have been a bit over time, I would say that we this time don't do a break and just jump into the to the next session. It's really a pleasure to announce our next speaker, Stefania Chaplin. And yeah, I think she's already backstage. So I would say that we can bring her on stage already.
Awesome. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. How are you doing?
Good, good. Where are you joining us from, if you want to share it?
Sure. So I'm coming from London. So I live fairly central, which is near like Hyde Park, which is nice. I can see actually in my camera, I've got like, I have a lot of plants. So there's actually one just poking out. So I'll move it to a side. But yeah, I come to you from my urban jungle in London.
Oh, okay. And how's the weather? Is it British or?
Very British. It's grey. It's not raining, but it could. You know, I went out for a walk on my lunch break, and I didn't take an umbrella. I was okay, but there were times I wasn't sure. You know.
Okay. Before we start with your session, very important topic. Do you want to give us a sneak peek?
Sure. So I've kept the title simple, so hopefully everyone knows why they're here. Developers, secure code superstars. And it's talking kind of to the developer group. I'm going to talk about it anyway. I used to be a developer, but security can be this big, scary unknown. It doesn't always have to be, and just, you know, take the time to, you know, level up, etc. So that's my summary.
Perfect. Then I would say the stage is yours. Have fun, and we see each other in the Q&A.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I will start by sharing. I share my screen. And I'm on the wrong slide. That's always a good place to start. So perfect. I'm assuming you can see my screen. If you can't, I'm sure someone will tell me very soon. So today, developers, secure code superstars. So my name is Stefania Chaplin. You can find me on many social media, which you'll see at the bottom of the screen. So if you want to find me, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, etc. And I'm almost always DevStuffOps. And I'm a solutions architect at GitLab. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about developers, secure code superstars. So in terms of my agenda, I usually keep my agenda very simple because I want to have a little bit of mystery. So who am I? A bit about myself and my experience. What? So, you know, what is, people I hope have heard of DevOps, you know, what is DevSecOps once you start to add the security? You know, I'm going to tell you a little story, a story of the recurring bug. And, you know, what are the common pain points that we can experience? So who are we talking about? Who is the audience? Security champions, you know, development, security operations, etc. And how? So how are we going to do this? And there's some really awesome free tools out there, which I'm going to recommend. And also looking a little bit more holistically. I'm not going to spoil it too much. And, you know, why are we here? Why do we care about these things? Summary and Q&A at the end. So yes, if you do have any questions, feel free to, add them as you go, and then we're going to have a Q&A session at the end. And I've also got a little survey, 3 questions, which, if you want, you can fill in, but totally up to you. So, who am I? So my name's Stefania Chaplin, DevStuffOps. I actually started off as a developer. So I was doing Java, I was doing Python, mainly Python. Python's like my favorite. I've been on client calls where I've had, people in the industry say to me, "Oh, you do Python? That's not a real language. That's just for scripting. That's too easy. It's like pseudocode." At which point I agree. I'm like, you're right. It is fairly easy because it is like pseudocode. It's very low syntax, and it's good for scripting. And I mainly do stuff with like APIs and data science. So me personally, I love it. But anyway, after being a developer for a while, I then moved over to the dark side, or I don't know, good side, dark side, of security, which is quite an interesting space to be because, I'm going to be talking a lot about AppSec. So, security within your application, whether that's open source components that you're using, whether you're accidentally introducing vulnerabilities with the code that you're writing. But there's a lot more to security. For example, you've got cloud security. Back in the day, you used to have firewalls. I actually had I spoke to one of my colleagues, this was a few years ago, and they had gone somewhere, I can't remember where, but it was somewhere in the Middle East to go see a government body about cybersecurity. And in order to connect to and from the internet, they literally had an area, and I can't remember the exact definition of what it was, but someone physically had to carry one thing, like pick it up and put it in another thing. Sorry, I know, very vague language. And that person was armed. And, maybe that was security. They are securing the thing that turns, the internet on and off within, I think it was the DMZ. So security can come in many, many shapes and forms. And it's also kind of a bit of a mindset as well. And now I work at GitLab, which I won't talk about too much today, but GitLab is the DevOps platform. So if you have an idea and you want to create an issue and then you want to commit the codes, and then you want to do all your testing, and then you want to put it in production, and then you want to monitor it there, and you want to scale your environment. And if you want to just do end-to-end DevOps, GitLab's a great place to be. But anyway, enough about that. In terms of with me, outside of, development, security, and GitLab, I do quite a lot of surfing. I'm also vegan, and I do a lot of yoga as well. So I go to vegan surf and yoga retreats. I was at one for 3 months this year, and I just find it's very chill. It's very holistic. I spend most of my day looking at a computer screen. So when I'm not at work, I probably spend 2 or 3 hours in the park every day because we spend enough time at screens. Sometimes it's nice to be out with nature as well. So what are we here to talk about? And I appreciate, people listening right now on the recording probably have a mix of experience, potentially different, different roles. So I'm going to try and keep this kind of quite top level. So hopefully there's a little bit for everyone. So I'm going to start off with the story of the recurring bug. And this, you can see it's quite an exotic one. I did actually, I'll be honest, I did Google exotic bugs on the internet, and this was my favorite one that came up. So I was thinking maybe I could jump in the deep end. This could be it hurts even saying it, a semantic merge request conflict. Ugh, shudders. So that's a pretty exotic bug, and that is not one you want to find in your estate. So maybe it's not that one. Maybe it's more of a simple one. So until recently, injection flaws were the most common vulnerability, for the last almost 20 years. So there's a thing called OWASP, which I will be talking about later on, and they do a top 10. And this year the numbers changed, but for the last, I think since maybe 2004, it has always been injection flaws, and there are examples of this. So if you have an SQL database and you accidentally when you're passing in variables and you just start plussing, concatenating, I'm going to add that add that variable. Oh yeah, I need a name. I need the name to do the search, and it's that's logical if you want to if you're writing code, if you're developing this. But you don't want to be doing the pluses. You don't want to be concatenating, because if you're concatenating, it's not being validated. So I might think I'm receiving a name, but actually I could be receiving a, some cross-site scripting. I could be receiving a command that's saying, hey, give me access. And I don't know because I'm not actually checking it. And it's a fairly simple fix. You just have to put stuff in brackets. So parameterize, because once stuff is parameterized, then there is, a level of validation, and that's normally where you can catch a lot of these bugs. Honestly, I've been in security for a few years. One of the best tips I can offer you is to just sanitize and validate your input. If you can just always check that what you're receiving is what you think it is and who it's from, and just make sure, rather than being like, oh, it'll be fine, just having having these checks is a really good idea. But anyway, I'm digressing slightly. The reason I bring this up is because injection flows, specifically SQL injection, has been around since about 1998. And the fix has also been around since about 1998. And this is what happens a lot as well, because especially within the open source. So a few years ago, there was an issue with struts, which is a Java framework that caused a lot of problems and headaches for a range of organizations. And what happened is there was a vulnerable version, and then on the same day, Apache released the fix. So there's a bit of a disconnect, because you're like, okay, SQL injection, it's been around for 20 years, but it's still so prevalent. And similarly, open source components, they go bad, but they're not, they're not necessarily being fixed a lot. I'm not going to talk today about Log4j, because I'm sure there might be people on the call that shudder, because it's quite intense. I could probably just do a webinar on that. But it's, these kind of things, these types of, obviously Log4j is a new bug, but it's about, okay, an open source component going bad. It's a recurring bug. Or, okay, we have another injection flaw. I worked for a company that did secure code training, and the backstory was that the CEO was a pen tester who got bored of finding the same recurring bugs all the time. So it's like, let's go straight to the source. Because a lot of the time, developers, either they think they are secure code superstars, or they want to be. So maybe there's a bit of a disconnect there on your own self-assessment. But a lot of the time, we, developers, and I say we, speak from experience, we don't want to write bad code. We don't, the classic, oh yeah, if you manage to deploy on a Friday afternoon, you can leave at 4. But if the deploy fails, you're going to be there probably till Saturday. So these recurring bugs can, appear in many places. And what I'm really trying to, talk about is ways to stop recurring bugs, because they can lead to a lot of things, burnout, frustration, just general meh. And even worse than the recurring bug that you wrote is because developers move around. We move around between teams, between organizations. And what's even worse than a recurring bug is getting someone else's bug. I didn't even introduce this, and having to understand their code, etc. So we're really just trying to kind of reduce those. And I'll talk a little bit about DevSecOps, because we are developers. I'm sure you're familiar with the development area. Planning, writing the code, building it in CI, and doing some tests as well before you have a release candidate moving into ops, who deploy and then operate and monitor in production. And I'm sure that the flow seems fairly familiar in terms of, I have an idea to it's in production. What's really important is to have security embedded at every stage. So that, a lot of people, when they think of DevSecOps, they literally are like, right, dev, sec in the middle, and then ops. So in the middle, we're just going to put loads of tests within our CI as we're building our release candidates. So once dev's done there, we built our prototype, it's passed all its tests, and now it's onto the release environment. Maybe we do some UAT or whatever we may be doing in staging. But actually, there's a lot of places that you can have security. Really, you should have it everywhere. So another example is, in your IDE. As you're developing, do you have any security tools within your IDE that can just help, just coach? These tools, security, although sometimes, unfortunately, organizations or, people with power will use the word enforce security. We really don't want to enforce security. I'm coming at it much more from let's empower developers to have a better, understanding of security to stop these recurring bugs because they're really annoying. And also just giving developers a basic foundation. So a bug that I often talk about is username enumeration. And I was out in a park and I just realized at the beginning I say I'm always in the park, and my story literally begins with I was in the park. Anyway, so I was in the park with a developer friend. He's like quite senior, principal, just having a chat. And I say to him, username enumeration. And then he starts talking about, type enum and like usernames and off on a tangent. And I'm like, okay, yes, I understand how you got to that conclusion, and that's very valid. I agree. But from a security perspective, username enumeration is when you can experience it as a consumer, as a normal non-technical person. If I'm trying to log in somewhere and I get my password wrong and it tells me my password is wrong, that's bad, because then whoever, if it's a nefarious character, they will know the username is correct. But now I can just brute force. I can, I have a username, now I can just figure out the password, and it is a potential attack vector. And that's the thing, even when we look at development, security, and ops, we all have totally different languages. Developers will talk about frameworks, classes, constructors, methods. Security will talk about, I remember when I started in security and I had to write a glossary because I was watching a talk of an industry leader. It was like an hour and a half, and my manager suggested, hey, why don't you do a glossary for the, maybe for the field team or anyone else? Because I think in the call at some point, someone in the audience was like, you're basically speaking Greek to me. They were more commercial, but anyway. Having different lexicon, can be a barrier. So it's about, just starting to understand, what we talk about. Because with the glossary, it's like CWE, CV, CVSS. There's a lot of other fun ones. And we're not asking everyone to change roles. A developer is an excellent developer. They're not going to become an ops maintainer or release manager. But just to have that basic level of security, and also what I find empathy with each other. Let's address the problem rather than let's address the person. Because we don't want to be deploying applications into production if they've got vulnerabilities. Easier said than done, right? And a lot of people think of security as the bad guys. It's kind of like, historically as well, developers would be like, okay, if I kind of sneak past and get my tests in, this day or whatever, oh, I've heard security's off next week, so maybe I can, maybe get it through without them seeing my ugly baby. So we're trying to move on from that point. And this is the thing about security. So I have mentioned the OWASP top 10. So OWASP, a massive, awesome, body that talk all about security. I will discuss in more detail. They have the top 10 vulnerabilities, and they release it every about 4 years. And top of the iceberg. So a lot of companies are like, yeah, we're doing the OWASP top 10. Awesome. A lot more than 10 vulnerabilities in the world. So what about, OWASP 11, 12, and 13? My dream, obviously I have more dreams than this, but from a security perspective, is that the next time they do the OWASP top 10, it's actually the OWASP 11 to 20, because we fixed the top 10. Guess what? Injection flaws are no longer an issue. You have other areas as well. SANS do their top 25 CWEs. CWE is kind of a vulnerability type. So it's like SANS top 25 types of vulnerabilities. And then you also have, other areas. So this is more in the kind of ops, but, cloud security, networking, environments, incident response team. Unfortunately, touching all the wood, we will all get hacked at some point, whether it's on a professional or personal level. I actually got I think it was my Steam account. This was a few years ago. I was about to go talk in Sweden, and that morning my Steam account got hacked. So I was like, there doing this talk. I was like, I actually got hacked this morning. It happens to everyone. But unfortunately, nothing properly bad happened. But anyway, a lot of the issues as well, human error. So I've read a fun stat: 25% of vulnerabilities are caused by human error. So that can be some fun stuff like, typo squatting. Or I think what do they call it? Fat fingers, fudgy fingers. Anyone who's into NFTs will know that recently one of the Bored Ape collection instead of selling it for 75 ether, which is about $300,000 at this point, they actually put 0.75. Oops. So instead of selling it for 300,000, they sold it for 3,000. And, you know, human error, fat fingers, the minute they realized a bot had already bought it and it was up for sale immediately. And human error can appear in other ways as well. I do a bit of reading, just reading around, and there was this great article, and it was talking about all the things that had gone wrong in finance, and that in Japan, someone had meant to put one stock was 225,000 yen, and then they did it the other way round. So for 1 yen, you got 225,000 stock. And that had an effect of, I think it was about 10% on the Nikkei. It was like a drop of like 9.3%, which is crazy. And on a personal level, I used to work with someone who worked for a large bank in the UK, and they accidentally lost 72 million pounds for the day, because I think they literally just forgot to do like a plus. They just forgot to change one little thing, or to iterate once, and all of a sudden, oops, it's a bad day in the office. So, and this is the thing with human error. We are humans. We're not tools. We use tools, and we like tools. And sometimes we like to think we are tools, but we're not. We're human. So it's, you know, important with human error to take a more, you know, empathetic approach, because people do make mistakes. And this comes to some of the common pain points. So, for example, recurring bugs. I've talked about that a lot. I used a snail in this example because it does slow you down. There's nothing really worse than if you're in the middle of something, you're in flow, and you're getting great productivity, and you're enjoying this new project, and then it's like you get a reminder or an alert saying, please fix all this. Please drop everything you're doing to fix this before it goes into production. You know, it's not fun. Which leads on to my next one: context switching and requirements changing. Because the example I just described, context switching. I was happy developing, and now I'm not. Or even worse, and this is more of a, you know, an organizational dysfunction. Requirements changing. I think worse than context switching is if you're doing some work and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually the requirements have changed. We don't need that functionality. We never will. You wasted your time. Yeah, please now do the new one. And if it changes again, it's very, very demotivating. And, you know, all of these factors compounded with the last 2 years that we have all had can lead to burnout, you know, especially if we're spending our whole time looking at a screen. If we've got these bugs, context switching, requirements changing, you know, how are we going to reach focus, flow, and joy? So who am I talking about? So there's a couple of people, you know, within the organization, but I'm gonna focus for now. So we've got our silos. We have development, we have security, and we have operations. You can see in this example, they're doing fairly well. They speak different languages. Sometimes there can be, you know, handover process or you know, manual steps, or, you know, miscommunicated messages. But overall, doing pretty good. And we don't really like silos, but these silos look okay. This is not so good. And this relates to I say funny, but a story from where I worked quite a while ago. But I was hanging out in the #engineering Slack channel, because engineering and gaming, those are my two favorite places to just lurk around, see what people are, you know, using, doing, playing, etc. And there was, you know, someone very senior, and they had this graph, and it was on Slack, and it was really, really high. And then it almost crashed, and then it was kind of quite low. So it just had these two stages. And the fairly senior person wrote, yes, I have, you know, been speaking with, you know, blah, blah, and blah, blah, and a few other people, and we've uncovered what the issue is. So you can see here is our AWS bill. And because of a misconfigured in EKS, a misconfiguration in EKS, so that's Kubernetes in the cloud, because of the misconfiguration, and what happens with Kubernetes, it tries to spawn and then it falls over and it tries again, and it's basically an infinite loop of just trying but failing, which, you know, that's pretty expensive. So anyway, with this comment, it was saying, oh yeah, AWS bill has been reduced from $6,000 a month to $1,000 a month. So my point is that, you know, we're not just talking about security. Like, hey, if I would quite like to, you know, 1/6 any of my builds, and especially when it's, you know, maybe a mistake, a misconfiguration. The person who had configured that, did they have Kubernetes knowledge or training? Was someone just playing around, you know, etc. So we talk about security, but there are, you know, other areas to bear in mind as well. And security champions. So I'm sure, most people will have heard of security champions, but I want to take it like a little bit further because my understanding, or when I've, spoken to organizations with security champions programs, is that you normally have developers who are, maybe a bit more senior, either very passionate or very paranoid about security, but they show a bit of, interest, a bit of, momentum, etc. And then they normally get, you pull a couple, maybe one or two from each team or from each, tribe, and get them together and start to, disseminate this security knowledge, and then the hope that it all trickles down. So yeah, they work. It's a good idea, and especially for the actual security champions, it can be great for on a personal level in terms of a feeling of progression. I'm going to say importance, but don't let it get to your ego too much. But you know what I mean. It can have a very positive effect on those. But in terms of the overall security, it is a bit lacking because why do we have a security champion program when we can make all of our developers secure code superstars? And you can do that in a couple of ways, which I'll address in the how section, which is right now. So that's convenient. So how are we going to do this? So we've got problems. We've got recurring bugs. We've got context switching. We've got potentially we've got burnout as well. There's a lot of problems at the moment. So if I'm going to take it from two angles. I've got my tech angle and I've got my more holistic version. So from a technical perspective, OWASP is a great place to start. I actually meant to animate this. Sorry, I totally forgot to animate this slide. But anyway, OWASP is the Open Web Application Security Project. It's been running for a long time. Pretty sure I work a lot. So I cover Europe. I've been working for vendors for the last 5 years. Pretty much every single organization I've ever worked with has heard of OWASP. So, I'm hoping people on the call know it. If not, check it out. And the reason OWASP is good, so they've got the top 10, which I mentioned before, which is the list of vulnerabilities, but they've got loads of other free tools. So for example, ZAP is one that's very commonly used. And that is ZAP, for example, you can use it, if you want to do more of an attack like Red Team, if you want to try pen testing. Another one, for example, they have Schmiedecker. So those that were on the previous session, I didn't actually watch it, but I know that Sneak were there. The OWASP, they have a free tool called Schmiedecker, which is the thing about free tools. They're a great place to start because they give you, information, you get some understanding, and they're really good if you want to start to create a business case in terms of you're like, hey, wait a second, I don't think anyone's thinking about, say the open source components or about monitoring, within the staging environment or anything like that. And I've actually got a URL at the bottom. You can literally Google OWASP free security tools and you'll get to this place, or you can screenshot, or you can type it. I could have done a bit.ly, but anyway. And then the final one is DevSlop. So, so for perspective, OWASP, I think I heard somewhere a while ago that it had over 90 projects. So maybe it has some more now, and that can be whether it's the top 10 or tools. So DevSlop is something I'm a part of, so just doing a little plug. And what we do is it's like a show on Sundays usually. So for the EMEA, it's usually kind of Sunday afternoon, evening. And what we do is we normally get someone in to come, hey, let's talk about DevOps from a security perspective. DevOps is meant to be like DevSlop is like sloppy DevOps. So what we can do is, let's talk about things. So there was a session, I think a few weeks ago, and it was on the difference between Open Connect and OAuth ID. So for example, as a person, if I'm logging into stuff and, you have SSO and you can log in with your Google or your Facebook or all this and tech behind it. And I'm like, wow, that's so interesting. That's really cool. There have been other sessions on bug bounties, how to do it. So Dr. Katie Paxton Fear, if you haven't come across her, she's amazing. But she had a session and she's really big in the bug bounty area. So OWASP DevSlop, if you like me, or you like a visual learner, it's a chat show. You can interact, you can, ask us questions, etc. But that's quite a good learning place to get, a broad understanding. And there's loads of other free tools are available. What you'll find is normally every commercial vendor will have a free version or like a little trial. And this is the thing for, I'm assuming I'm going to be talking to my developers, my future secure code superstars. It's just a good idea to just, have a read, have a listen, have a look. a lot of the times when I've spoken with organizations, you can get people who are quite senior within the engineering who, feel that they know everything. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. We all have something to learn, just in general in life. But it's also stuff like I personally do almost all my shopping on mobile, except for this year. But I decided to go to shops for once. But for the last 10 years, and I think the first iPhone was 2007. So sometimes I'm speaking to people who have been around, developing since before the iPhone, and obviously, they'll have learned about, mobile security. But my point is, new things are coming out every day. The growth of cloud. Wow, I do a lot of talking about cloud security and stuff like I did a talk. I think it was it this year, maybe? But anyway, it was earlier this year. And for example, GCP and Microsoft were both up 45 or 50% year on year. AWS, Amazon is up 33%. These are crazy numbers, and it's going to keep growing. So definitely have a Google, have a read. And then my next one, this is a little bit more holistic, so bear with me. But there is a famous book, and it's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And it's been around for a while. It's usually traditionally seen as kind of more of a business book. And you can see on the left, I've got this really pretty tree, and it's kind of got the 7 habits. And some of them are kind of, at least for me, I'm kind of like, oh, that makes sense. So for example, habit 2, begin with the end in mind. So if you're going to do something, think about where you want to get to first. For example, when you're going to start developing a feature, you wouldn't just start coding. You might have thought, you might not have fully planned everything, but you will have at least thought what you're going to code, before you start. So it's about, having direction, having vision, etc. Other ones, put first thing first, prioritize, which is true. Okay, production's on fire, hashtag log4j. That seems like an important thing to do first. So, making sure that you have a framework for effective prioritization as well. The one I'm going to talk about the most, or the one that I find most important to me, is actually habit 7. So that's sharpen the saw, which a lot of people aren't, really sure what that actually means, because the other 6 seem, fairly well. But then I've got my really nice little Venn diagram on the right. And what sharpening the saw is, about looking out for yourself. So for example, keeping up to date on learning. Making sure that simple stuff, making sure that you sleep enough, and that you keep hydrated and eat, and occasionally go outside like me to the park, and that you have social contact, that you see or speak to friends or family or neighbors or people you're in a relationship with, etc. So there's all of these kind of aspects, because I'm sure there are people out there that would just love to just sit at the laptop and just code forever at full productivity. And you get stuff like the Huel, which is the meal replacement that came out of the West Coast because developers didn't I find that sometimes I don't want to spend time cooking because I just want to eat and then get on with what I'm doing. So I'm a big fan of food prep, if I'm honest. But anyway, within this context, sharpen the saw. So learning, have you, this is to anyone, you don't have to be a developer, but have you allocated enough time on a regular basis to learn? And that could be learning about many things. Learning could be, for example, reading this book because you want to be a more highly effective person. This isn't a plug. I was just making a general point. It could be, I want to just keep on top of, latest frameworks. For example, I don't know, if they released a new version of, NPM or, sorry, not NPM, Node, for example. So, there's many ways that we can, sharpen the saw, but especially if we're looking within the context of, recurring bugs, and context switching and general security technical debt. It's like, okay, have we allocated time to upskill ourselves? Because actually, I'll talk about that in the why, which is next. Because, why do we want to do this? So there's many reasons why. On a bottom level. So for example, you have context switching, you've got burnouts, you've got just friction. But also, if you do level up, and whether it's on a personal level, whether it's purely technical, especially within, say, security, guess what? You're going to be very employable. Like, okay, I'm not saying you use my lingo, put it on your LinkedIn. Hi, I'm a secure code superstar. Maybe we should all do that. But if you have evidence that you are, that you have very good secure coding skills, guess what? You're going to be a lot more employable. I've worked within organizations, and if you want to work on the most important application, the critical infrastructure that we deliver to our customer that literally make or break the company, like it cannot go down. Guess what? If you're a developer and you want to work on that, you need your basic security certification, because we need to make sure that you're not, adding problems as well, as good code. So, you'll be a lot more employable, which is always nice. Hopefully, you'll have less recurring bugs and context switching, and especially within the context of, sharpening the saw. If you start to look after yourself, really simple, like, sleep and water. Even today, I need a lot of sleep. I woke up today and then I was like, nope, I need 1 more hour. And then, okay, I'm probably going to work a bit late to compensate, but I know myself well enough. And this is the thing, what's important to you? What are your issues that you want to work on? What do you find challenging? And then can you carve out the time, whether it's carving out the time for a nap or carving out the time to level up on your knowledge, because sharpening the saw and leveling up is so fundamentally important. I work with a couple of people that used to be in firewalls, and I joined tech fairly late, so I haven't really experienced a firewall. I'm like cloud native. I haven't seen a server either. But if the people who are still doing firewall, if they never leveled up, a lot of them have gone into cloud security now, but you'd still be there. So it's really important to think about yourself and to take the time to level up, especially in these secure coding skills. So, summary. Prioritize the time to learn and address technical debt. You want to sharpen the saw. It can be like a nice little graph. Go up to and be a superstar. Take a more empathetic approach. It's been a tough lockdown. I talk about this a lot because we kind of like skipped past, because we open, we close, we lock down, we don't, and we all just get on with it. But think about where we were 2 years ago, like 2019. Whoa. Everyone's had their life turned upside down. So especially when we're all communicating digitally, and it's all, a lot of it is text-based, and messages can be miscommunicated, it's really important take more of an empathetic approach. And one of my favorite things is, if you do need to give feedback to someone's work. So, it's their personal work rather than that, to personalize them. But don't be offended if they take it personally. So you got a bit of a play on word there, but basically always separate. Try and be more empathetic, pragmatic. Don't be afraid to just be like, okay, thanks for the feedback. I just need to process, walk away, come back. I'm a big fan of a walk when I'm having some interpersonal conflict. And the final one, from a technical perspective, security, OWASP is a great starting point. So thank you so much, everyone, for listening. I really hope you've enjoyed this session. If you want, you can find me on the different channels, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn as well. I do have a really short survey. It's 3 questions. So if you do want to fill it in, please feel free. It helps me make my talks better. And I'm interested, obviously, in your opinions. But, no worries if not. And this is the QR code as well, because I've leveled up. My last talk, I didn't have a QR code, and someone in the audience told me I should. So here I am. I've gone digital. So yeah, thank you, everyone, for listening, and happy to take questions now.
Hi. Wow. So I'm a bit speechless, because there's also someone commented like there's so much energy in this presentation, and I'm also a bit speechless because it's really one of the best sessions I've seen this year. So thank you very much for that.
That's lovely feedback. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would say we jump into the questions and discuss it a couple of minutes before we close the event. Is that fine for you? Perfect. So one question I see often in talks about security is, how do you motivate developers to take care of security? Obviously, also in the last session, this was one question, and obviously there is some obvious solutions to that, like show the risks, show the financial benefits of it on the long term, and so on. And you've pointed it out also in your presentation. But still, security for many developers is still like doing a good documentation. We know it's important. We know what's the risk if you don't do it. We know it's long term not good. But you just, comment some things. And it's kind of, for many people, still the same on the topic of security. So what is the trick to get people?
Yeah, it's funny you said that about the documentation, because it just made me flash back. Me and my colleague, we would have our GitHub repos, and we had our scripts and stuff. And for me, every script had a folder, it had a README, it had a this is what the parameters you need to put in. This is the output expected, and it was all very. I'm quite good at documentation when I do code. And then his example was just a mess. So whenever we needed stuff from his repo, I was like, oh, have you got something? He's like, yeah. You'd spend the first 20 minutes being like, what's going on? So obviously we're not here to talk specifically about documentation, but whenever I have something that, if I want to change someone's opinion, so there's I'm taking it back, being more pragmatic. Who are we speaking to? The developers. What's important to them? How can we, get them to, see, for example, the value in just doing a bit of security? And also, how can we just break it down? And you can also say incentivize. So something that's so important, because you've got a couple of personas, especially. So I've worked for a lot of security vendors, and you've got your security. They're usually the buyers. They buy these security tools. You've got your developers who, as you described, will be like, oh, but it's good practice, but I'm busy, whatever.
Yeah, the security guy should take care of that. Not my business.
Yeah, exactly. And then you also have your engineering managers. And actually, what I find is one of the most successful ways of getting security embedded is speaking to the engineering managers, because a lot of the time developers, their KPIs are on features. So it's like, okay, we need to get this out there, this many merge requests, or whatever it is. Exactly. Whilst actually, if you speak to the engineering managers and you start to add security as a quality control, then that can help. And you can do it. You can do carrot and stick. For example, you could do, hey, everyone, once a month, we're going to do an internal hackathon, and there's going to be a prize. And that can be, I don't know.
Okay. And then it's fun again.
Yeah. And then it's fun. And what you find as well is the senior people normally know about some hidden bugs, so then they can hack the system. And you're basically doing a bug bounty on yourself. But, by translating security in a way that's fun to development, by using gamification, by making it fun, and getting the engineering managers on board, and then having those KPIs behind it, that can be a really a multi-pronged approach to, getting security to be good.
Well, that's a nice way. Although it's kind of sad that you need this extra step, right?
Yeah, but no one's perfect.
Yeah, as you said, everyone is human.
Exactly. Like, I'm vegan, so, and I used to get people giving me stick, being like, oh, why are you vegan? And I just don't let it bother me. And now people are like, wow, how can you be vegan? Like, I think I want to be, but I just can't. And I think sometimes developers are like, oh, I know security is good, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what vegan recipes to make. It's like, try it.
I think people don't get the immediate kind of, when you implement a feature, a function, and whatever, then it's implemented, you test it, it works, and that's fine, and you ship it and whatever. With security, it's kind of, you don't see the benefit until you know what I mean, like until there happens something in the future, and you cannot see the benefit actually, but you see kind of the mess if you haven't done it, and that's the point. So no immediate consequences. Let's call it like that.
Exactly. And that's when you flip it on its head. When you let developers hack your own app, they can then see, whoa, that was easy. It's like, I kind of wanted to have a job
fix that,
year.
maybe.
Yeah, we should fix
think
that.
about it.
So that can be, you could have white or black test. You could give developers the results of the security scan, or you could just say, just go for it. So, making it fun is usually one of the key takeaways, and that can really help.
Yeah. Lubomir has a comment, and DevOps includes social wisdom in the skill set.
Yes, very true. We talk about this year, security is the year of the empath. We don't want to be the bad guys. We're just trying to not get hacked. That's all we want to do. Sorry that we're failing your builds, but you do have, like lots of red flashing vulnerabilities. It's just that's why I always say about empathy, because we are all human, and sometimes we forget that in DevSecOps.
Yeah, absolutely. An interesting point from Frank, because we are talking about we are all humans, and an interesting point from Frank is talks and sessions about security are mostly very technical. Obviously, it's about bug fixing, vulnerable hacks, and so on and so on. Are topics such as social engineering nowadays still kind of up to date and relevant and so on?
I think so. I haven't been when I think of social engineering, I actually usually think of the non-technical. So like someone in accountancy or HR who might get a phishing email. And what worries me, because I sometimes get them on my Hotmail, like I get ones about my TV license, and I don't own a TV, and it's like, this is obviously fake. But I think with the social, what I find working within DevSecOps is that people actually quite like being really, really technical, and let's talk about YAMLs and stack traces, and let's go down to the Kubernetes pod, etc. And I think you're right. Sometimes we do have to think more pragmatically, not only about topics like social engineering, but also about the wider organization. So, what are we doing, to help them? So I've worked with organizations, and you can have successful, say, phishing programs, but it's even stuff like, when you get an email from your CEO, is it really your CEO?
So I'm the CEO of WeAreDevelopers, and like people are asking me quite often, like not daily, but every week we get something. Hey, Sayat, you told me to do this or that. No, I didn't tell you. And obviously we train the people for that, but it's kind of, it's crazy. It's crazy kind of.
And I think something else I just thought of was, I was very surprised. So this is a very good best practice, but I just joined GitLab, and I got my whole onboarding, and the very, very first thing, like literally once I've opened my laptop, is they want me to do this watch a half-hour security video, and answer some questions about it as well. And it's stuff like having a strong password for absolutely everything. You don't need to remember them all because you have a password manager. Because I know people that use words, etc. And having
two-factor authentication and so on.
Exactly, set up 2FA. So just having just that, have a video for every new starter. That can, even that, if that only stops 1%, or if that improves everything 1%, if you improve everything 1%, I think because of like exponential, I think
absolutely, there's this curve. Yes.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Cool. Then let's see. Betty says, where is this whole security topic heading to in the future? It becomes too complicated. Well, maybe it's a very generic question, but I was listening to a podcast with a CEO of a big automotive company who basically said things like, okay, let's say in 10, 15 years with this whole autonomous driving thing, for example, the car will not only be used for transportation, but you basically can sleep in it, you will work in it, you will kind of have meetings in it, work, whatever, do in it, play games. And for example, when I think about that, then I think about, wow, in terms of security, this is kind of a huge drop also from the security, data privacy. I mean, data privacy is still something that I consider as a part of the security topic, and still not addressed good enough by many. So what's your take in that? I mean, could it be that we are heading, because of this technological advance and everything, that we're heading in a future where we cannot you can never guarantee, but we cannot guarantee enough security to be enough secure in all that matters?
I know we're starting to go dystopian, so let's bear with us. This is the thing. As I said earlier, everyone at some point is going to get hacked. So it's just about minimizing the risk. What can you do? So, what can you do on a personal level? Strong passwords, MFA, etc. And then on a corporate level, because, I agree, security can be really complicated. I remember when I was a developer, and then my next job, I remember looking at a security scanner for open source, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know software had open source licenses, which I know in the DAC region is a very big thing. So this is what I mean about human error. I was young, naive junior dev, and I didn't have anyone senior like who cared enough to check my work, etc. So I think in terms of what can we do as individuals is just scope you know, as we talked about data privacy. So, you know, what data do you have, you know, that's out there? You know, are you in control? And then, you know, in terms of with the work that you do, if you're developing, you know, reach out to security, because if you're on a personal level, if you're worried about being hacked or about data privacy, etc., then take that fear, like take that worry, and, you know, channel it into your job. Speak to security about, hey, could you just do a lunch and learn, just so that we can have a, you know, so we can prioritize. I think that was one of the 7 habits, is like, what should we do first? Where are the biggest security fires? Let's address that, and let's slowly get it down to a level that's okay. And don't worry, no one's going to be the most technical. What, sorry?
The quick wins, obviously.
Yeah, exactly, the quick wins. And you're never going to be, no one's ever going to be the most technical or the, you know, the smartest or the best. We're all just doing the best that we can do. So if security is really complicated, just start off with the easy stuff. Like there's loads of, you know, YouTube videos for, you know, beginner stuff. Like even sometimes I find the most useful one, there's a really good, it's the Children's Illustrated Guide to Kubernetes. If you haven't seen it, check it out. It's amazing. And it talks about this little giraffe called Fee, who's a PHP page, and then she, you know, she meets like an owl and a Helm chart, and for every page of a story there's a like, and you know, this is a namespace and this is replication. So sometimes just breaking it down can really help. So if you are struggling with security, then yeah, there's loads of resources out there to hopefully make it less complicated.
Perfect. On a personal note, Federico is asking, did you ever imagine you would end up working in the cybersecurity world when you started working as a developer? And in addition to that, was the transition from developer to cybersecurity manager, security specialist, however you would call it, yourself, difficult?
Good, great questions. So on a personal level, this is a great personal question. I remember when I was choosing what to do at uni, and this was pre-Lehman Brothers, you know, this is pre-financial recession, back when, you know, everything was great. And I was like, well, I don't know what I want to do when I grow up. I was about 17. So I was like, I'm going to do computer science, because computers are going to be in the future no matter what. And if I go for growth, I will always be employable. And then literally a year later, all of a sudden, and I'm in uni, and I'm like, this is a good, I chose well. So I think it was a similar thing that came to me with the transition from development to security, because I realized I was never going to be the best developer. Like I can do it and I do enjoy it. I'm actually shocked.
Yeah, what actually means being the best developer.
Yeah. You know, what I found was that actually my personal skill set is that I can translate technical concepts and then relay them to different stakeholders, whether it's C-suite, whether it's security, whether it's development, whether it's my personal friends, you know? So I'm quite good at translating. So I myself was like, okay, security is a growth area. You know, when everything's going digital, it needs to be secure. So that's, you know, the why I went. And then what I found is when I did transition, I went from development into a customer facing role as a solutions architect. You don't have to do that. You can go into more of a security focused role. And what I just did, what I found was, you know, like a lot of my, you know, my slides have said, be empathetic, be kind to yourself, because it is a change. And I think as well, it's just a bit of a mindset. It's kind of like security always like, okay, what could go wrong? Like, okay, what happens if we put if we put text in the birthday that wants numbers field? Or what happens if we're trying to buy a book and we buy -1 book, which was a real vulnerability that affected an online book publisher a while ago. So I think if you are looking to make the change, I actually have quite a lot of mentees that, you know, reach out to me on Twitter like, help, how do I do this?
And that's a good point, like mentoring and talking with more senior people and so on. I mean, not just in this topic, in general, no matter what your career is, right?
100%. If you know anyone in your organization and you're like, that kind of looks interesting, but I don't know what it is, just reach out. Be like, hey, can I pick your brains for like 20 minutes just to understand what you do? Is it transferable? That's, you know, your network is one of your best friends, whether it's online or, you know, within your organization. So definitely reach out if you're looking to make the move, because, you know, we need more security people. So hopefully this has inspired you or anyone on the call.
But how did you actually, when you say that like this, like you thought about it and you thought about like, okay, security will be important, because it's kind of obvious when you and me talk about this, and when I watch the sessions here of this day, it's obvious that it's like a big topic and growing. And I mean, we are getting more and more technology every day, and more technology comes more security demand, right? So it's logical, but it's kind of still at the same point not so obvious, because if you would really think about, hey, I want to, drive my career in a direction like what is coming in the future, then usually people would think about, I don't know, like some health tech stuff, flying to the moon, some robotics, autonomous driving. I mean, all of these parts still need security, right? But it's kind of obvious. Like, can you remember like this kind of moment when it made click to you and said, okay, this is why security is being the thing of it? Did you read something or?
So I'll be honest, I kind of fell into it a little bit because I got the job through a recruiter, and I was kind of I wasn't like 100% sure, but then when they're talking about it, I was like, actually, security does make a lot of sense. So actually, and then I had the whole go for growth. So that's kind of how it came about. But similarly, when I was interviewing, I was actually terrified. I was like, please don't give me a technical task because I might not be able to do it. And I joined at a very, very junior level and then worked my way up. So what happens in this, I talk to teenagers, I give them careers talks because I've had about 7 different genuine jobs careers. And I'm like, it's okay to change your mind. But what you might find is when you move across, if you're moving from development to security, etc., or other area, you may take a little bit of a dip to then rebound up. So I remember I used to work in recruitment. When I decided that I wanted to work in tech, I went from, earning good money to all of a sudden I was earning about, I wasn't working in England. I went to Eastern Europe, but I was on £600 a month, which isn't very much because I was like, had all my friends in London anyway. So I think it's about figuring out for everyone, what is important to you? What do you want to do? And what are your skill sets and how can you get there? Who can help you get there? And don't be afraid to just, start the conversation. And also recruiters can be really helpful for this because they actually know they have very broad knowledge, although not necessarily all the technical depth. So they can at least try and help, steer you a bit.
Yeah, and I think this is some good words for the closing. So Stefania, thank you so much. It was really amazing talking to you. You've been a wonderful guest. I hope actually that we could kind of follow up on this discussion, maybe in another format or so in the future. I will reach out to you. So would be very happy if you can basically make this discussion a bit longer, because there's so many interesting topics we could talk about. So yeah, I can only say big thank you from my side and also from the audience.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me. I've really enjoyed it today and a really great Q&A session. Hopefully everyone saw my social channels. So yeah, feel free to reach out. And then yeah, hopefully we'll work together again soon as well.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Yeah, and yes, absolutely. So yeah, only recommend to follow Stefania on Twitter, the handle, you can see it here. And with that said, that's actually the very last session of WeAreDevelopers Live in this year. And yeah, what an amazing year. We had kind of, I don't know, around 40 events, virtual events this year. We had a virtual World Congress, and we had thousands and thousands of developers joining us. Thanks everyone for being so engaged all over the year. Thanks for staying loyal. As I said, it's not over. It's just over for this year. But next year, we are going into our next season of WeAreDevelopers Live with our topic days. I hope that you will tune in again. And I also hope that you will check out our WeAreDevelopers World Congress, our first big in-person event after 2 long years with thousands of developers in Berlin in summer, actually in June 2022. In Berlin. So worldcongress.dev is the URL. Check it out. And with that said, I wish you a nice holidays, Merry Christmas, a good New Year, and all the best. And see you again in 2022.
Everything is being influenced by code written by developers.
At some point, you're going to wake up and say, what the hell am I doing?
It's hard to believe. It's the largest group I've ever been in front of, I think.
We develop the future.